Oh, you can't even see my health and stuff. Why didn't you say something? Let's go over here. Oh, hunt. Can I give you poop? There's bad, and then there's this. Well, you know what? Who's the one that believes in horses leading everything, huh? That's what I think of your feet now. And right. I love it. These would be, I don't know, somehow the flapper type of genre has like made a comeback. But they buy whatever. Like all their outfits here have been, excuse me. Oh god dang it, I just changed the song. God dang it. Now I've got a contact high and I'm hungry. I have to go eat something. Oh. Whee! Oh.
I think we said
we? I didn't do anything. I was sitting here spinning.
I burn.
I'll collect your ashes.
I don't know how I stop
you
burning.
are so flammable. Dude, let's get some rest. I have no soul. No need rest. How many leeches does this really take? Well, they all go rectally, so, you know, we put them in, and when they come out is when they come out. No point pushing, though. They're not going to come out to the death. Have at you. Ooh! You're not gonna go kiss them, are you?
Hey, you there?
No.
Hey! Gotta do CPR. Thanks.
I don't know where the other head went.
I don't think I want to eat that.
Mais de toute façon, tu dois en garder quelques-uns dans ton inventaire, comme ça tu dois pas retourner pour de la nourriture.
We have to survive.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you eat your sushi, your head soup.
I'm gonna eat the soup first.
Boo. Hello. How goes it? Hopefully well. I'm getting along, yeah, so it takes me more time to get around to doing things, and much more time is being demanded of me in school and work, things I should have just knocked out when I was younger. But all these opportunities weren't exactly there either for me. I love how I just like start up the stream just talk about my inner conflicts. I love that you guys are there for that. I mean, I don't know what the fuck you're here for, but you know,
oh, I know
that's
you.
one of the things. Oh, hi! Are we not Steam friends? I don't think so. How do you do that? Do I Can I set up a command for that? Add me. Friends, I assume? Oh, sign in. Oh, I'm not even online right now. Hold on. Let's see. What's that? This little button here. Add a friend. How many goddamn monitors, I tell you. First word problem. Paste.
Why not you?
Invite successfully sent by No one caught it. Well, thanks for telling me, Pokemon Community Game. Alright, if I close this little thing, it's alright. Seems doing okay so far, but I'm not really doing anything, am I? I gotta get somebody who knows something on this computer. I add things and I think I'm doing things, and then I find out that, uh-oh, I think I did something wrong. Like, I'm sure, like, adding a new, better GPU is not supposed to make your screens flash, like, I don't know, a dozen times. And then it stops. But surely, that can't be a good thing. Library. What the fuck just popped up? Ew, a gift. What is it? Oh, demonologist? Really? Co-op horror game. Why? Because Sin already, like... Play it now. God dang, 11 gigabytes. And that's just probably to start with. Alright, well, it's gonna get bumpy here while I install this. Tana somewhere making her child's dreams or something come true. I could be more specific. Hold on, she sent me a message. So she can't join me in Phasmo. I think I have to change my settings in Phasmo too, because I'm pretty sure, I'm just gonna, you know, for my own ego, I'm gonna say that because I had my mic open. That's why I was so easily hunted. Let's see, what did she say? They're going to the fair for her daughter's birthday. So she'll be home later. Is this installing? I told it to install. I don't... 13%. Well, oh, Stream Raiders. Let's do that. Where's that? Games within games. I had to update it because they're constantly updating some bitch. And it's like, just leave it alone. Just leave the fucking game alone. Let somebody finish a map, why don't you? But they don't. They don't. And there you go. Where did I die? Sounds about right. Why is it 4 skulls? Okay, let's get rid of 2 skulls. That might have been my mistake. To be vampires. A vampire is armored? Okay, well, there you go. Is everybody? Yeah. The lump's going on with this game. 69%. Tee-hee. Who else has this some bitch? Oh, Raging Papa Bear has 20 hours into this game. He used to stream and then work. I think he was talking about making, oh boy, hot dang. Achievements. He has descended into madness? Healthcare, oh Jesus, I can already hear it. Oh. You see, what you gotta do is, now, see, the important part here is, oh, I see you found the, well, where would we be in this world without ye? That's okay. My main job is playing stupid. I mean, there are things that I just don't know, but you wouldn't know that I don't know them because I'm playing stupid most of the fucking time, but I can't do the job that I do. But, you know, but it's just easier to get along with people by just letting them fucking lead you. I've found in my grand experience of things. And you land and land and land and all that, and you have a good time and all that stuff, but then sometimes line stepping, and then it's like, whoa, 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 motherfucker. It's fun at work. It's just something that, you know, in healthcare, it's just so much easier to try and just, which is sad because when I first got into this business almost 30 years ago, you know, you could really teach and help people and all that stuff, but the teaching is just going out the window now, and people just seem to know it all, and they die. And we bag them and clean the bed and prepare for the next. But fingers crossed this one will listen. How's this demonologist going anyway? Oh, it's good. All right, change of plans then. Let's see, Wolven didn't pop in or anything like that, and nor did Amina or any of the others, so I can get away with this. Change. I can just type it in my chat. What am I doing? I can do this from here. But, come on. Game. Demonologista. Fingers crossed. Yay. Oh, hi. Hi, Cry. You didn't know I was here? Twitch waifus? Yes, I'm. Oh, you're talking to Tripod. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday, but I got my Sakras anyway. I love how shitty my fucking closed caption is. All right, so let's play this. Ooh, 14 achievements. Get good. I mean, all right, so I'll have to add all of a sudden I'm extremely thirsty. Ghost activity for you. Game capture, add a new game capture to, this is going to be Wolvenscar. Hey. Oh, it's because I'm in the wrong scene. Well, scheisse. Was Crybite even awake? Laughbot even awake? Yep. I have to do my goddamn self then. How you doing? There we go. Demonologist? Yeah, Hot Dog just bought it for me. He wanted to be Steam friends, and I was like, sure. Nobody ever buys me enough stuff. Oh. What is this? Is this blur? Is that a blur? I can't have the blur. Minute you. No, we can limit that. Let's limit that. My eyes can only do so much anyway. Show FPS, no. Demon hunting time, yeah. Alright, we'll see how this goes. I was gonna start with Phasmo. Oh, isn't that my title? Shit, my title's Phasmo, huh? That doesn't help. Okay, it's Ghosterific. Ghostorama, but I'm not, no, it's alright. If I change it, I'll just come up with another one and another one. Okay, graphics. Motion blur, no. Nay. Off. Get in my cage. Audio. Output device default. My output device is. Oh. No. Output is. Voice meter input? Input is. I guess it's my default communication, but there we go. Microphone, voice mod, virtual audio, device, MD. Testing microphone. Hello? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see your eyes. Okay. Incoming volume, mic volume. What do I push to talk? Oh, that would be probably over here in controls. A. Push to talk V. All right. Oh, well that looks terrible. Why is that size on... That's not right. Hold on. Back to game capture. Game capture? Oh, that's why. Transform. Fit screen. Whoop. Oh, wait. How do we do it? Back to safe house? You are going back to the safe house, are you sure? Sure. Sounds, I mean, what could go wrong? Is it a safe house or a safe house? Okay. That's a little better. Ooh, that's a little tough on the eyes. That's all the resolution I can get. Hello. Revert. Why are you this way? But it's so big. What? Freaking mod do you think I have? Oh man. It redid it again. It becomes like huge on my screen here. Makes no goddamn sense. But then we do that and makes it itty bitty for you guys. Why do those parts out? Okay, can I say like, oh, you sons of guns. Why did you turn it? Alright, fine. Alright, sure. 3840. I don't even know what these numbers mean. I've never had anything set on 3840, 2160, but hey, whatevers. Will it keep the greens ways? Yeah, well. Winner, chicken dinner. Back to the safe house. Confirm. I'm gonna need my glasses, I guess, because a little blurry here. I'm blame the game. Uh-oh. Not exactly the game. Damn. EMF. I was gonna say, I don't think I probably have any money, which is weird. Like, how do you get into this business and not have any money at all? So, do I guess I have to get a multiplayer? Do I need this hand? E? Okay, alright, alright, alright. It does not tell you. I'll create a lobby. A private lobby. So you go ahead and hide that lobby name with a max of 4 players. All languages, I don't care. I've moved the safe. Oh, no access. How do I get the info for this? Or are you able to just join? Vote on a map. Left screen. Coming soon. Love that. Still E. The vote has been placed. E. Oh, here we go. Oh. Boom. Easel canvas, ectoglass, spirit box, UV light. Okay, blah 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 blah. Create an invite. Copy. Oh wait, what? Can I do that? I'm not very savvy at this type of stuff. If you, well, I mean, assume it's going to be multiplayer. I must hydrate. When you figure all that out. Right? Don't watch me die. When creepy moms wait to watch him die. Yeah, right? I remember those days. still Roberto. Wait, what? Why am I in here by myself? What's going on here? What's happening? Just buy this game for me to try. I don't play with random people. I don't play with strangers. My voice tends to make them the fucking NPCs of people I just well, I guess can I just start? I don't know. Oh, okay, well. Then I'll single player it, because I'm an only child too, so I don't really ask things. Once again, I do that for a living, yo. I have to I get paid to ask people, are you okay? Do you need something? Did you want to? And did you want to? And did you want to? And I don't do it in my spare time. I don't. So, it's like, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's in my, being, I don't have children. I have dogs, and statistically speaking, they'll be dead in no more than a decade. And so then I'll be free to travel again. Stuff like that, because he's so weird about these dogs. But that's okay. I don't want strangers in the house sitting anyway. That's okay. I'm with them on that one. Oh, I thought you said vote on a map. Did I not vote on this one? Alright, let's go. Abandoned house. Oh, I love the... what is that? Like a take on Disney's... what you call it? Haunted house? Going, we all got 20 years left, Max. Oh, right? We should start heading underground anyway. It's a reason that they don't really want the AI around. The AI is just like, I'm so sorry. I don't really talk to people, like I said, in my spare time too much. I was raised in a time where, nobody was really pushing the computers, so I didn't learn to type very well, even with Mavis Beacon. And, so I don't type very well, and I'm always behind in conversations on the internet. What's that got to do with anything? Oh, but with this AI that's come along, this ChatGPT, I get my recipes from it. It helps me solve all types of little issues. It's been helping me build my little avatar model, because I get stuck sometimes and I don't know how to get a file to go from an FBX to a PMX or some shit like that, and it's like, it tells me step by step. Earlier, you know why I was late? Because I was talking to it about, I was reevaluating my avalanche method with my debt and stuff like that, and asking it to help me calculate, the interest difference and stuff like that. About, oh, if I was to make this much of a payment compared to this much of a payment, how much interest would I pay, and when would it be paid off, and blah, 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 and then yada, 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 and we were going back and forth and back and forth. Until I did end up paying something off. And then, got back on track financially. Well, I like to think so. For the day. Just for the day. Tomorrow's another day. You know what? We never get to playlist. Let's play this. Wow. You know what I'm talking about? So, like, higher ups, people that we actually have in these positions that are supposed to be helping with these things are like, you know, they've just been sitting on their ass for so long, and now we have this AI that's coming along and it's helping us solve problems left and right. So, you know, somebody had a spoof on TikTok or whatever talking about, like, you know, somebody asking it to help solve cancer, and it did. And the government was like, no, shut that shit down. Hmm. So what, like, does it always hear me, or is it push to talk, or I like this. This is green hellish. They're unnecessary. Oh, I see. This is no, I don't see. I was gonna say that, oh, it's somebody's shed, and we've just, but then I looked and I saw the tent. Do we have an era going on? Like, what time period are we talking about? Now I'm pressing E on everything. Don't you know? Oh, there's a hand over here. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, interactive. That's why the little hands keep appearing. Oh, jeez Louise. Looks like I'm gonna have to take out the whole god dang teeth. Oh, yep, just me. Happens. Well, no, actually, it's never happened. What will I need? I will need... Where the hell am I? I'm an armored unit. Help with the armored unit. Boost the defense of nearby armored units. Yes, let's apply stronghold to me. Well, just me. I don't want them to get it. I don't know if it works on. Oh, look, there's a little. Well, he's a vampire, so you know, it's all right. What's interesting is that was a rated 2 as far as difficulty, but I noticed that it had 16 enemies, which I just I mean, what would the level 4 one that we did not go to? How many enemies would have been in that one? No. Minutes till I can put that one. Think over here. Battle plan, because you never know. You never know who needs it for their quests. Assassin. Air. Armored and ranged. Nice. Thanks for helping out. Thank you for playing the free. Oh, so I tab out and the game just like weird. Detect the type of ghost. Use your tools to detect the type of the ghost and open your table or your tablet to select the ghost type. None of this silly journal business. Optional objectives will be unlocked after everyone on your team has chosen the ghost. This is case. So it's my chat overlay thing is kind of like in the way here. It only answers when you are alone. Oh my gosh. Is there just like no rules? Like nobody can take anybody to like court about this? Is this not like intellectual property? Can't like Phasmo be like, oh no, you didn't. Optional objectives. You can complete these objectives and earn more. Why? Well, they're grayed out right now, aren't they? Have the ghost blow out the candle. Take a solid photo of the ghost. A solid photo of the ghost. Find.
Make it rain!
What?
Hey,
Oh, hi,
Andre,
peeps.
are we seeing this? Are we seeing this ridiculousness?
Oh, I know
Like,
you.
you are here in real time. We may need
Hi.
to go back to the RNG department on that one.
Oh, I know you.
Look at all the people falling in. Boop. Boop. Oh, that's cute. One shot. Hello. What the fuck? Wow. You awake? Some auto thing that happens when you raid. When you're sent to another channel. So yeah, okay. Here we go. To exercise the ghost, find Travis McPherson's 5 missing fingers and place them in the ritual area in the basement. Okay, alright. Yeah, Hot Dog gave this to me. He was like, oh, we're not friends? And I was like, no, we're not Steam friends. And in my mind, I was like, ooh, free games. And here we are. Oh, I went in too. And then I made this fucking weird ass fucking assumption that the motherfucker was gonna join me in the game, and so I went into fucking chat and shit like that and sent him an invite and all that stuff. But lo and behold, he didn't. And then I had to tell him that, well, I'm an only child, so I don't ask people for shit. And, you know, I've always kind of done it my fucking self, so I'm not gonna ask you to fucking join. I'm not gonna beg. I'm like, oh no, I'm still working. Oh! He said something. Thanks, Sin. How do you do it? He's a fucking saint, you know. If you're wondering why I'm in Discord with my little reactive. Bring that back up. Hold on, where the fuck am I? Come on. Come on. There we are, that. And then I can leave. Oh. Well, had I known I was gonna be a little puppet. Whoa! They just came out and said that, hey, I'm gonna buy you a game, try this out. Instead of, you know, hey, we're not Steam friends. You want a friend? You want a game? You want to play with all these assumptions I made? Thought I had a fucking friend, but anyhow, that's okay. This is why I strike out and I keep my defenses high and thick. The fuck is Discord? Oh, there we are. Hang up the fucking phone. Alright, moving on. Your heart is true. Oh, 98%. Yeah, I felt. Oh, 99%. That's right. I'm reclaiming my fucking sanity right here, right now. Alright. What do I have? What's this? It's a ghost detector of some sort. I feel the power. Why? Okay. Alright. And this? Oh, we'll just put that in our pocket. How many things can I carry? Is it the classic 3? Yes, it is. Really? Is that supposed to be like some glow stick? Yeah, that's alright. I'm not gonna. Hello? 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 Okay. Definitely probably gonna need... what do I not want? This is interesting, but I doubt you're helpful right now. What can I just... Uh-oh. Oh! F. Boop, boop, boop. All right, here we go. Travis, I will have your fingers. Ew. This is not just a haunting. I mean, what the has this place been cleared for safety? Like, this looks like prime squatting locale. What? We can just take those all down. Those aren't doing anything. This is a nice touch. You think somebody took a picture of a place that's really like this somewhere? Like, this just looks too good. This looks like shit that you can't... What? What? Oh, what? What happened? Oh, does the battery go out? Don't do that. Why'd you do that? Oh, shit. Generator. Haha, cute. Cute. There's a candle in case we need to have... Okay. Oh, nice little... Yeah. Good for them. They were like, fuck you and your doors. What's that creaking? It's an old house, you know. Oh! Yeah, well, you know, it is known to be haunted, so... Of course, you know, that's Demonology 101. Children laughter? That's where you start just clutching your pearls and your rosary. Your rosary pearl, if you're smart, just keep it all together. What's this? If you threw a party... Oh, I can keep... Oh, nice. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Can you hear me? Can... Is this even for me? I mean, I'm putting it up to my mouth, like... Okay, there's just a little delay. Laid off. Hello? Is it me I'm looking for? Hello? Oi. Uh-oh. I dropped it. Right, on to the next device. What kind of mystical, magical? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where are you, Travis? Oh. What's this now? Ooh. 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 Ooh, Travis. Are any of those anxiety pills? You're making me anxious. Oh. Travis, can you blow out this candle? Where are you, Travis? People explain these what was that? Moving things? I literally had to put something down. Oh my god, are you joking? Oh. Aggressive. Uh-oh. We shouldn't have done this, man. Oh my gosh. I want these. I want that. What it... Oh. Wah! Stay away. Why? Why are you doing this? How did you die? I didn't die. And something about having thick thighs. Oh, but you die. I have a foul mind, I guess. Did you something about little bitches? What? Is this 18 plus? Hey, what about this thing? See, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna see you and absorb you in my little my little compact mirror here. Travis, show yourself. Oh, wait, no, I'm cornered. Hold on. What are all these noises about? Where are you, Travis? Travis? Where are you? I mean... Oh! Why did you do that, Travis? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Neil turned around. Hmm? Oops, I probably need that. Don't forget to place your units. I mean, if you're playing the Stream Raiders. I try and hold it down myself. Maybe the journal has some information. I'm sorry, the tablet. What did it say? Press it. My tablet. Yeah, that was the tablet. J. J for tablet, for jablet. Who's that? Ah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. On 1, 2 of the 4th month of the 23rd year. Dun dun dun. Those are restless spirits born to tragic, dramatic, vengeful events. We do not know how long they have been around, but we are sure that they walk among us. It has been said that they haunt places for very long periods of time and are known to play with the minds of the living. Some of these entities simply want to pass on, while some of them are far more insidious and malicious. We're tasked with dealing with the latter. As metaphysical intelligence, our main task is to locate the evidence these ghosts leave behind and compile it together in order to successfully exorcise them. However, this is not an easy task. It's very dangerous, so you must be careful. There are many types of ghosts that we've come to know about so far, and all of them have their own unique characteristics. Without knowing what kind of ghost you're dealing with, your chances of survival are extremely low. This guide contains the information we have gathered so far. Please remember that they are not friendly beings. We do not want you to become another casualty. Get in the car and leave as soon as you are done. Thanks. The guide. Well, on the field, the main thing we need to protect is our sanity. Most paranormal activity will have a severe impact on your mental state. Oh, nice. Plunging you into the depths of insanity. Ghosts prey on the mind. They can sense your fear and will do everything in their power to weaken you so they can feed on your life force. It's in your best interest to remain in well-lit areas to maintain your sanity. We'd also strongly advise to avoid prolonged exposure to paranormal activities, as this has a devastating effect on your sanity. I know what you're thinking, but boss, don't we need to find the ghost and figure out what type of evidence it leaves? You do. It's all about balance, rookie. That's why we've teamed up with some of the top pharmaceutical scientists to develop a strong, fast-acting benzodiazepine to assist with anxiety, mixed with an antipsychotic to prevent falling into a state of psychosis, conveniently named sanity pills. If your sanity drops, you can buy and use these pills to raise your resistance to psychosis. Remember, you can monitor your sanity from the command tent. If your sanity drops too much and you run out of pills, it's in your best interest to leave the place so you don't lose your life, and more importantly, our equipment. Oh, that's messed up. Pokemon. Since the early ages, people have attributed swarms of insects to be related to some type of evil magic or curse. Cockroaches in particular are known to be sensitive to electromagnetic fields. This special cockroach in the EMF detector will help you when using this item, as some ghosts release electromagnetic fields when they interact with objects. If you find measurements that reach level 5, write it down in your journal, because you've just found solid evidence of a ghost. Beerbot. Some people just never shut up, even when they die. Thankfully, we've got a tool that helps them. And helps us. When you use Metaphysical Intelligence's proprietary spirit radio, when you ask a particularly chatty ghost a question, it should respond to you through this device. If it does, make sure to mark that down in your journal. Oh, we already had evidence and I didn't know it. Excuse me. Freezing temperatures. We all know that most ghosts are known to inhabit cold, dark environments. However, some ghosts prefer temperatures colder than a gravedigger's shovel. To detect this, you can observe the air around you. Chances are that if you see your breath, it's probably freezing. Don't mistake this for smoke. This is concrete evidence that you need to write down, rookie. Fingerprints. There are some ghosts out there that have a strange affinity for leaving their mark on things. Most commonly, these tend to be left on light switches and doors. You'll need to use a special UV light to detect these marks. Seeing these will help you identify the type of ghost, so put it in your journal. Easel canvas. Some ghosts are known to be prone to doodling. Hell, some of them are even as good as Picasso. If you give those ghosts the necessary tools, they can draw different pictures for you. If the ghost paints you a picture, please note that this is very special behavior and needs to be recorded. ESG. Some ghosts are sensitive to the electrostatic generator device. Due to the amount of energy it takes for them to manifest, they'll show themselves very briefly, like in a suspended state above the device. If you see such behavior, write it down immediately. Ectoplasm gas. Ectoplasma gas. In Asia, a special gas was obtained by processing stones extracted from a quarry hidden by their government. Don't ask us how we got our hands on it, that's classified, rookie. We know that some ghosts leave stains where they dwell. Thanks to this glass, we can detect the traces left by them. These marks are usually found on walls. Without this tool, it's impossible to see. If you come across these ectoplasmic stains, write it down. What would have helped? A little picture? Assuming you're every bit of the metaphysical intelligence expert you're aspiring to be, we have a few side missions you can take on to earn some more cash. We know you're hurting for it. Each one of these missions varies depending on the location you visit. Sometimes it's finding a harmless entity with our ectoglass to further develop our ghost hunting technology. Sometimes we need photo evidence to hand over to those weird occult magazines. Gotta bring in money somehow, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll go on a scavenger hunt, but I'm getting off track here. Anyway, keeping this in mind, rookie, these tasks are optional, and while the reward is pretty good, it's not worth getting yourself killed over. Make sure you're prepared, and definitely don't let yourself get turned into ghost food over a couple of $100. Couple of $100? The other place is giving like $5. With that being said, if you are prepared and you think you're a big shot, knock these tasks out. They'll give you all the preparation field training needed to begin the exorcism in that particular area. Remember that these missions can be taken up after you identify what kind of ghosts we're dealing with. Because we're such a fantastic organization, even if you somehow get this type wrong, you wouldn't make a mistake, would you? You'll still have access to these missions to get some cash on the side. I know what's going on in your head right now, rookie. What's in it for me? Well, pull up a chair, have a seat, and let me tell you. I don't think this needs to be said, but just in case it does, the reward you will receive will vary according to the difficulty of your research and how thorough you are. This means that the harder the case and more tasks that you complete, the more money and experience you gain from it. Pretty simple, right? If you successfully find out what kind of ghost it is, knock out the side quests and exorcise the ghost, you better believe that you'll be swimming in enough money to keep you happy. I know, money doesn't buy happiness, but it does help buy cat food, and cats are happy when you feed them, right? I think you know where I'm going with this. Rest assured, rookie, even if you somehow fail, metaphysical intelligence will cover a percentage of the cost of the equipment you brought in. Keep in mind that this insurance will decrease according to the difficulty of your investigation. Don't blame us. Do you know how hard it is to get ghost insurance? Exorcism. Once you have identified the type of paranormal entity and successfully completed the optional missions, you have a choice. You can leave and collect your earnings and start up another contract, or, if you're brave enough, put the paranormal entity to rest permanently. Getting to this stage is very risky, so don't forget to keep your sanity in check. You can be sure that these beings will not take too kindly to being exorcised, so use extreme caution when performing these rituals. Each location has a different method of banishment. There will be information about this in your tent. Do not forget to check it. If you successfully perform an exorcism, you can be sure that metaphysical intelligence will make it worth your while. Oof. Daily quest. Have the ghost blow out the candle. $350. Take a solid photo of the ghost. Oh, 2 times 4. Reach 0%. Okay. Ghost. Oh, I see. Evidence that I do have is spirit box response. Okay. Now that I'm more educated. This. You, come with me. You're the thing that does the thing that does the thing. What's this? Oh, the cockroach thing. Nice. The EMF detector. Let's go. Wait, our sanity. Blah. I mean... Oof. Okay, so that would not make it. Oh, maybe it's been going. Maybe it's been going back up. There's a light over at the Frankenstein place. All right, Roach, don't fail me now. There were things going on over here. Wait, you moving your little legs with me? That's kind of cute. You help me stay quiet by being still. Travis. No! Not about... The brain, yeah. Nice. No. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, take out the mind control machine. Oh. Go tank laugh. Take a few more hits. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Ooh. Yay, Wolven won it for us. Got a code for me. Thanks, Scroll. Thank you, Wolven. Can't go that way because these streamer things are always like impossible. Bam. Assassins everywhere. Archers out the ready. Not the eraser. Gladiators goes in. Place 4 saints. One more vampire. Earn 1,000 gold. I mean, you get 250 gold. Wait, how the what? Huh? 15 units, level 10. Oh, nice. See, I was to level 10. You son of a guns. I like it. Who's close? Paladin. Oh, there's one. Nice. The flying rogue. Bring the bomber. La la. Musketeer. Wait, how many more? What? That was 2, so I need. Flying rogue, musketeer, and centurion. To the shop. Flying rogue, musketeer, centurion. Of course, it's a basic rogue. Boo. I guess they're never gonna ask people to be upgraded to like level. You know what I mean? They should probably just do these. Upgrade to level 5. War beast. Do. You've a locked gladiator here the whole time. What are you doing? It's probably always going to be increments of 5. God, y'all are expensive. Rose and gold. Okay, so I'll save that in case I save this one. Like, get them to level 15. It's already at level 15. Mystic warrior's most powerful. He is. Oh, I want necromancer. Alright, sorry. Okay. Nice. Oh. Am I dead? What happened? Where am I? What happened? Who is this? What happened? Hey. Did I die? I think I died. Oh, here we go. Here's the report. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously I died. Well, that's okay. I should have read the journal first. Nope. All right. Simple enough. Oh, there was something behind there. Something popped up and now, oh, I don't even know their name. Oh, well. It's yeah. No information in there. Oh, fucking goddamn son of a bitch. Oh. Inappropriate. Oh my god, that just the noise alone was just no. Well, what? How do you get a reading on this thing? That little thing moving or not? Need anything? Oh. Ew. Inappropriate. Fatigue easily once again. Okay. Startled. If I had the camera second. Oh. Hello. Sure. How did you die? Name. Stay on if I drop it. That. Alright. What is smegma on the walls or something? Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where are you? Nice design though, I mean, very good design. I like this. Some spacious too. Phasmophobia is very claustrophobic. I mean, I like Phasmophobia still. It's a Phasmophobia after this one. missed my death the last time, so that's kind of sad. Are you here? Where are you? How did you die? Ooh, hello. Can I? Objects. One interactive, like the tarot deck there. I just want to keep like one free hand, and if there's anything else I can interact with. What, none of these pills are free sanity pills? Come on. Come on. Alright. Thanks. I see. Didn't I have the flashlight off? Uh-oh. Where's the other thing? Shit, did I drop it also? Yuki. What do you want? Why are you here? Okay, this room is a den.
Oh, I know you.
Oh! Oh, Jesus. Hi, Tana. Tana's home. Hot Dog bought me a demonologist. We're friends now. Is there not a way to crouch? Okay, well, moving on. They did not play it with me. Is there a ghost in here? We tabbed out for a Stream Raider battle, and I guess during that time my first death occurred. As we came back and we were just back in the station there, back in the safe house. Headquarters. Oh, well, there you go. Oh. Some scares. Sure, a couple of scares. Are you in here? Where are you? You were sawing a leg over here. What was that about? Is this your room? I don't know their name. I forgot to look. We should go back and check our sanity though, so. This way. And this way. Oh, but we don't have any money to buy sanity pills anyway, so it doesn't really matter. First things first. Saturday is 67 now, so that's like 20% there. The ghost is Kyra Ross. Even if someone is next to you, it will respond. Kyra Ross. Okay. Oh. Well, there's the car. Nice. That does look like a little much to set up. Come on. But it is what it is. Nice. Kyra, where are you? Kyra Ross, where are you? Kyra, how did you die? Kyra? Where are you? Kyra Ross, where are you? How did you die? Oh boy, there's a basement. Oh, bones. Kyra, are you in the basement? Oh boy. This must be where the 5 bones go that they were talking about. For the exorcism part. Kyra, where are you? I hear breathing. Oh, that's cute. Kyra, where are you? I need evidence, Kyra. How did you die? Give us a sign, Kyra. Kyra Ross. Kyra Ross, give us a sign. Where are you? Okay, let's take the roaches around again. I'm coming upstairs, oh, fuck. Well, if a smart ghost, she'll be upstairs, because can't get up there for some reason. What was that? Oh, it's just a artifact. Kyra, I'm getting fucking tired of this. Where are you? You know, I don't know much about your case. Let's see what's going on here. What kind of books do you have here? I can't crouch, so... Is that? I mean, the basement is where you exercise them, so why would they be there? You know, I did check it though, like, oh, that message. Okay, so it looks like no EMF. Is the cockroach is just like chilling. Is there a way to just turn off flashlight? Tool interaction, left mouse button. It's slow, but okay. I can't hold this in front of me. All right. Wait. Kyra Ross, I demand some evidence of you. You show yourself. I don't think you ever even existed. Especially if this is how you existed. Just hiding. Kyra Ross. I'll give it to you, there's no fucking Easter eggs. I'll give you that much. Plot thickens. That's one wine bottle, though. One wine bottle maketh not a drunk. Ominous music. Kyra Ross. I thought you're supposed to, like, feed on me or something. Aren't you supposed to, like, oppress me until I can't stand it anymore? And then I'm like, oh, just kill me already. What are you waiting for? Okay, where did something happen? You turn. Okay, things happened in here. No! Is that really a thing? You think that's in every... The card was like... Add card. Okay, look for the tarot deck. Oh, this is an... Oh, I can interact with this. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, I think I'm gonna die. Oh, shit. That was kind of cute. You found her, right? Find the sitting human silhouette using the ectoplasm gas. Alright, she found you, right? Okay, you guys want to multiplay anything? You guys want to do phasmophobia? You want to do barotrauma? You eating? What are you doing? Give you time to think about it while I use the bathroom. You though, I'll play this again. I'm not hating on it like some people. Oh my god, I remember that. I think I have over 200 days of game time. Wow. Maggots are beautiful. They don't eat dead things. I wish we'd bring maggots back into freaking nursing. Time to change maggots. No, I can tell because they're starting to fly away. I thought I had my share of that, but my fat sausage finger? I took care of that a while ago, I guess.
You only got sealed.
I think I know what I have to do now.
Good luck, Edna. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
No, I really have to go because these holes in the air conditioner and there's kind of forcing that my way. Okay, sir, bye. Bye, sir.
I've got to go.
I've got to go.
To Lady Liberty.
I've got to go. Oh, hold on, I love that one. How many leeches does this really take? Well, they all go rectally, so, you know, we put them in and when they come out is when they come out. No point pushing now. They're not gonna come out to the down. Oh shit. No! Maybe no lag. Baby, no lag. Whoa, look at baby neck. Baby neck. Oh god. Whoa. Huh? And her favorite song is the Sailor Moon. She is the one, Sakura-chan. Can't stand it. Oh, this baby. Oh, this big girl. No. Oh. And her favorite song is well Sailor Moon. It's so fucked up. Oh, did we say anything? It's really cold. Well, Wolven, you feel like playing anything? You want to play some Phasmo? What do you want? You want to do something? You sleepy? Baro trauma? What do you want to do? Get up here. Get up here. You need a professional haircut. So afraid that people get battle rough. Oh, the battle's ready. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Got things to do. Dang it. Baby. I'm gonna curse these guys down here. Curses. What the? Yeah, like butter. Oh. Nice. I'll eat something first. I still don't know what we're playing. I guess we could leave it too late. I don't know. You have a wheel program somewhere. Or just look at this one. It's 26 minutes for the vampire. That's weird. Right. Boom. I don't even know. New DLC coming out tomorrow? I know. I'm like wiping the whole thing and starting from the beginning. You just get out of the loop of things and it's like, oh man. But then again, there are just like websites you can go to that I'm sure they're just like all updated with the newest meta. Whoops. Uh-oh, I don't know what it is. And what is this, a browser source? Browser? Oh no, it's a window. Hold on, hold on. Move. Add. And well, what the heck? Would it work? Interesting. It looks like it's trying to capture something. Oh, well, we'll just have to do play capture. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's so fucking loud. Oh my god, that was so loud, scared me. Oh, it's gonna pass it. Oh. What to write in a greeting card? Cardmessages.com in case you ever wanted to know. Oh, that was so loud. How do I stop that from happening again? It's just sound or no sound. Is that's what we get? That's what I get? I get. Huh. Okay, well, just have to try and... Oh, yeah, that's alright. That's just a way to wake up. Oh, that's right. Just in time for a new submarine. Save for a big submarine. Ooh, all the people are coming out to play. Yay, we'll be able to beat this level 4. Nice. No. There. Battle trauma. I guess we can look at it now that we've little slept on it for a few days. And it's true. It has been updated.
Hello.
Hello. How's the fair?
It was nice.
Yeah. Turn her frown upside down. Yeah.
Well, she's usually fine, so no matter what.
Oh, good. Brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, it's the 4th year, so unfortunately she's kind of used to it by now.
Woven, wait for you to load up.
We got somewhat lucky with the weather. When we set out, it started to...
Oh, you're eating. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know.
No, it's tea.
Oh, no,
yeah.
I'm talking about Wolven.
Yeah,
They join
Wolven,
later?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. You're loading.
Yeah. But seems like we left just in time because it's pouring again.
Oh. So it was raining earlier or no?
Yeah, it was. Just as we went out, it was drizzling a little bit. Then when we arrived at the bus station, it started to pour really, really bad. But by the time we got into the bus and we arrived there, it stopped a little bit, then it started again. And then we were miserable for maybe an hour, and then it cleared up. And the rest was nice. Should we increase the amount of... Oh, no, we can't increase the amount of butts, can we? Not without restarting.
No, I think we can.
Oh, okay.
Lobby. Back to the lobby.
Yeah, I figure we do a few missions to save up some money, so we can buy the big submarine and maybe a couple of more crew. Depending on how much they cost.
Server lobby. Revered by the Europa Coalition. Ha 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 ha. Camping. What? No traders.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's true. I put all my money in the bank. I remember that now. Yeah, 16K in the bank. It's easier because I think when we die, then we don't lose anything.
Sell inventory, sell submarine. Tires.
Nice.
What? Jobs over here.
My ping is bad here today. we own 70 oxygen tanks. That's just ridiculous.
The rogue vessel has been preying on our cargo shipments. Eliminate its crew! Coalition's got a couple of undercover operatives that need some weapons, you see? Rollers, why aren't these jobs popping up? Are these ones that I've already... Weird. Oh, there's that one. Pyromorphite. That's a new one. I'm out of here. That's all the jobs I got for you, see?
Oh.
What's the matter? Bad tea?
No, it's good tea, but I'm cold.
Oh.
Like I'm cold from the inside, you know, it's...
I guess to make sure we're good on fuel?
We have 3 fuel rods. 5. And 8
5,
empty as far as I can
okay.
see. So do I buy the 3 extra?
Sure, yeah, if you're right there to buy them, yeah. I think we're pretty good on ammo, so...
Yeah, we're good.
Maybe we should probably think about our... getting in good with other coalitions or whatever, factions. A little too good with Europa. Okay, oof. And look at these missions. Jovian separatists. They're getting weary of us. Too many jobs for the coalition. No Moloch right now, not with this ship. Or Mud Raptor nest, prisoner transport, nope. Clear a ruin, destroy crawler nest, separatist vessel, destroy tiger thresher nest, getting rid of mud wrappers. Some of that maybe, not and a ruin. Ugh. For the coalition again, getting so comfortable with the coalition. I mean, I feel like even if we don't take the Moloch job, the Moloch's still gonna be there.
It's a possibility.
All for the coalition. Coalition. Inside of a cave, you're crazy. Mud raptors, possibly. If we destroy the separatist vessel job, it might make the separatists hate us. Those are beyond. Those are beyond us there. Scan a ruin. Fine. Alright, do it. Oh shoot.
No, it's alright. I
Oh,
wasn't
good.
doing anything.
Just forget that part. Well, I imagine scanning a ruin is dangerous. I mean, there's other jobs that say clear a ruin, so I don't understand. Which are more dangerous. Like, this is a scan ruin, which is only 3 skulls. I think the most skulls are 5 skulls.
Yeah,
I think.
that's probably thingies in it.
Yeah.
Husks. They provided a scanner. Why did they provide that?
Enter into the ruin and scan the marked rooms using the provided scanner. Away we go.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? T'arrives pas à ouvrir? That's a tough job, because... Tiens. Ened, c'est lourd. Attention, c'est ouvert maintenant.
Been about 6 minutes to the next raider battle. Oh, enemy below, 2 of them, large. Bottom left.
Oh yeah, that's 2 hammerheads.
He's backed off for now. Coming back.
Damn it.
I haven't doing anything? Oh shit. I don't have anybody doing anything. Hold on.
Out of ammo.
Oh shh.
Oh, hitting the wall.
Yes. Top.
Yeah, I know, but I got excluded from my... Damn it. Ooh, I need a suit.
Get out of the...
Damn it! Okay, I think the first one is dead.
Everything's damaged. Okay, they're just sitting on top of us. Okay. I don't see anything else in the radar.
Okay, good. Yeah, the first one is dead, but it's on top of my gun, so that's not ideal.
Who is this? Mechanic. The mechanic things. don't know why things aren't getting fixed.
Water should be going down now.
Okay, things are getting fixed.
Okay. This ballast is done. Okay. Behind was totally wrecked. The engine room. Still a bit of a hole in the empty compartments below, but the outer hull.
Sounding good. We're good. Right.
Engines are fried.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'm repairing it. Oh, he took over me.
Reactors. Alright, we're good. Here we go.
Prior cleans or paint holes. Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, I got one of those. So that somebody could clean. I don't know if this. If I think it uses ethanol, so maybe not.
You're still in a suit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Whoops. Thank you. Uh-oh. Boop.
It is but a scratch.
Around here somewhere. Numbers kind of change around, though.
Yeah, I see that. I saw that.
Oh, here it is. Fit in there?
Let me have a look at it. Oh yeah, I see it. Well, I see something.
Well, all right.
Do we have that scanner they say they provided?
No. Oh, I guess we could search for it. Where the heck is that? On the ground somewhere over here? No, that's the sprayer. Ruin scanner. Put it in there. There. Oh, I guess there's no more room. Oop. Oh, there's one in this case here. The battle is ready.
Yeah, I found it on the ground.
Oh, oh. An attack? Oh.
Yeah, a Medraptor went in. On top. No, he didn't. Why is he? Did he go below? Oh, he's still outside. I see him, but I can't reach it with my gun. Is
Hmm. Is that a dead bot? No, no, the one at the top.
No, he's alive, but I can't reach him with the gun.
This one's dead. Is there another? Oh, it does sound like there's another one.
Okay, this one's dead.
Oh, nice.
What? Let's see on the scanner, maybe.
One more. Like top right, I think.
I hear it, but I don't see it. It's is that this one? Okay, this one's dead. This one's definitely dead.
Huh.
I hear something. I just heard a crunch. Did you hear a crunch?
Yeah.
Let's see below.
What is that crunchy noise? Okay, I'm gonna move the ship. Alright, let's move. I liked being parked here, but
Okay, those are dead pieces. 3 dead pieces.
yeah, no, nothing seems to be
Okay,
following.
good.
Well, alright. Okay. I got my scanner.
Yeah, I have one too.
I don't know why I have fuel rods.
How many of those things do we have? Calixinide. We have 3 calixinide.
At the weapon situation over here.
You want me to stay on weapons for a little bit before coming out? Or...
See if I can see something to chase me out? Sure. Alright, let's see what we can find. Got oxygen, I got my scooter, I got a battery. Really gotta start buying more bullets. Oh, here's a machine pistol, okay. Going outside. Whee! Oh. Alien technology already. Glow stick. I choose you. Oh, oh! Jellyfish. Oh, wait, what? Something's still attacking me? Oh, more jellyfish. Get off of me! Jesus! Jesus, no!
They're following you?
They're coming.
Oh, they're tiny. I can't reach them with my gun, it's too low. Okay, now I can.
Little shits. Oh, they're so tiny. Ah!
Careful! It's a sprayer gun, so it sprays a little. So it's not a straight shooter. Okay.
All right. Sure, that was all the dangers. Oh, wait. That's this blood. One of them was attacking a glow stick. Oh, out of ammo. What the hell? Oh, I think I put a scanner down or something. How is this out of ammo? What are you talking about?
Is it the proper ammo?
Ah! Oh! That one what was attached to me. Hold on. Boop, boop. Oh, poor little thing. It was this time I got a little meal.
I suppose a knife there would be useful.
Probably, huh?
So what do you think? Do I come in?
Sure.
I do have 3 magazines for my SMG, so
Nice.
should be fine. Maybe let's put one of
I
the
think
guys
they're
on the gun.
spawning from something. It's like a lot of them, so, well, I mean, they just seem to keep accumulating. I don't know what these little things are either. These lights? I don't understand this alien technology.
Okay, coming in.
Unidentified genetic material. Sure, I'll take that. Ah, you found a massive unidentified alien genetic material. You can use a research station to research that.
I said we could use a
Watch
knife.
out!
and I forgot to bring it.
Watch out!
Is it something we can detach?
Incubation bubble.
Ah, we can detach those things. Looks like.
Guardian pod, no. Do you see anything that's like making these things?
Oh yeah, I just need to kill 3. They're respawning.
alien terminal. Oh shit, I think I'm stuck in here with it. Well, shit.
I wonder if it's if you pass in front of those pink glowing circles.
Okay, I'm going for this target somewhere over here, I think.
A device that uses sonar waves to map ruin.
Wait. Does it mean... Oh, is this supposed to use one for each place? Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna go back and get a couple of knives.
Oh, so you've put that scanner on that guardian pod thingy.
I got one of them. It scanned like one of the rooms, but I guess it's like one per room. I was wondering why there was 3 of them. And there are 3 spots.
I can cut open that guardian pod. Should I do it?
Ooh, I don't know.
Well,
This one full.
90% done.
I mean, I'm on the weapon, so... Or I can be.
Okay. Then I will need to switch to... Well, if I die, I die. Okay.
I mean, what would it possibly be guarding?
Okay, I killed it. Nothing happening.
Excuse me.
I broke it, nothing happened, so...
Alright. Where is... Oh, yeah, I'll put my...
Oh, maybe, yeah. Looks like that's what's removing those incubation bubble.
Oh.
What is an incubation bubble?
I mean, I took some genetic material out of it, out of one of them. Do we still...
Oh, they're attached to me.
Of course. Weapons.
I don't know. Nothing happened.
Well, when I put one down, it like started saying that it was scanning the room, but I guess it had to be, I was maybe in that spot.
Yeah, it looked like you inserted into a slot or something.
Oh, a slot? No, I just like accidentally put it down.
Oh. Well, maybe I should try to do that.
And I was like, oh, nice. But I know that the first spot was very close over here. Oops. Oh, do you want a knife? Here's a knife. Uh-oh. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Yeah, got it.
Nice. Okay. I want my glow stick back, really.
You can grab them. Zombie!
Hey! Hey! Grab and... Grab and stab? You think? Whoa.
Sorry. Just before they explode when they're at almost 0 life. Yeah, I have a lot of blood loss because of it. I think they're sucking your blood.
Oh, so it's not a door. Okay. I'm not turtle enough for this turtle door. Yeah. Alien hatch, but I don't have a crowbar. Of course. Of course alien hatches take crowbars.
I kind of lost a lot of blood. Yeah, I don't have my crowbar on me. And I dropped the scanner. No, the scanner's not doing anything.
Dropped it, like put it on the wall somewhere? Or?
No, I just dropped it on the ground.
Oh.
Alien tiny middle. Oh. It wants some kind of cube.
Okay, this is a puzzle or something.
Did you go to the next area?
No, I'm below you here. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get into this, get through here. Oh, there we go. But did I just go full circle or something?
Oh, small alien chests.
Oh, sulfurite shard.
Alien parcel. What's that? An alien power source.
Oh, like a battery?
Looks like it.
Okay, well, no matter what, I gotta go back for a crowbar. Loading more fuel to the reactor. Good job, Glenda. I was gonna say, I could have sworn I parked the car. Oops, left it open. Swoopsie. Crowbar, nice.
I'm removing that alien stuff we found. Oh yeah, where did I put my crowbar?
I feel like I hear something. Opening this hatch. Alien hatch. Da-dun. Da-dun. Kind of hear horses.
Mm. Where was that hatch? I didn't see it the first time.
Oh, I have a glow stick over here. Are you back down here?
Yeah.
Oh, right here.
Oh, there you are.
This glow stick here. Take my glow stick. I just forced this open up here. Yep. Oh no, oh, I have a terrible throwing arm. Hold on. 5. Did I just close this? Holy jeez Louise. Oh my god, it took forever to open it. Yeah. These terminals always want things. Are we able to both? Did you bring your crowbar? Can we both work on this at the same time? Does it give you the option?
Let's see. Force open. No, well, I have the option, but it does nothing when I click.
Okay. Alright, I'm opening it.
But I can pass.
Here we go. Ah, that's hilarious. I'm not even done yet. Oh,
Ooh,
hey!
There's some kind of acid.
What the hell? I closed it or something. Man, next time... Plasma cutter.
I do have a plasma cutter.
Oh. Well, can you just open this door, please? Touch. Will it work, or is it alien technology? It's looking pretty strong there.
I opened something, but... I mean...
Are you still able to swim through?
Let's see.
That hatch?
I can't go backwards.
And open the hatch again. Well, supposedly one of the things in there to scan is in there, the room to scan.
I opened something, but...
Like I hear it, but then it's almost like it's healing.
So careful from where you are. Sometimes some kind of green liquid comes out.
Definitely hear things. Oh, that's a dead end.
I'm not hearing anything.
Is this the room it wants? Do you want this room? It doesn't want this room.
Oh, what's
this? Oh yeah, swimming backwards.
Ooh, large alien chests.
No, so easy.
Psychorian harpoon. Nice.
Psychorium. Oh god, these aliens. They're thin. Ruin vent. Oh!
Yeah, that's the green stuff I was talking about. I hear shooting. Am I the only one?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Well, it says scan target at 20 meters. Northeast, kind of, more or less.
You saw the ruin on you or no? I mean, sorry, the scanner?
The scanner, yeah.
Okay, yeah, right? So, I mean, we have 2 left.
Maybe we have to go from outside?
I guess it could be outside. I hear some... You don't hear anything?
Yeah, I hear some kind of chomping. Ooh, I hear some kind of swish, like wings flapping, huge wing flapping. Swish, swish. I don't like this place.
Uh-oh.
No.
Okay, and I'm back outside. I went out like a vent or something. Right, the
Tons of
scan
swamp
target doesn't
feeder.
even seem to be like it's inside. Okay, I'm outside swimming towards the dot around the edge.
Alien terminal.
Inside. Inside. Scanning this room. Oh, what's... It just means the room. Scanning the room. Scan. Alright. Scan seems complete.
The alien door with buttons. Ooh, alien. Ooh. Yep. Examine. Alien writing. Examine. Symbols run like vines up and down the wall, occasionally branching out into shorter offshoots. Do I have to scan this?
Okay, am I back in the... Oh! Mother truckers!
Well, I've examined the alien writing. What's that symbol there?
Yes? Oh, yeah, definitely something monstrous over there.
Oof, this. Oh, I may have activated something. I don't like this place.
I think this is probably the easy version where we're just supposed to come and scan stuff.
Alien motion sensor. Rewire with a screwdriver. Huh. So I guess that's what I have to disable to I don't know. It definitely senses me.
An alien curio. Oh, wait, this might be the thing we need to put into things. Can't.
What the hell? I force open with the crowbar, I hear the opening sound, but it still doesn't open. So weird.
Good old crowbar.
I, 'cause 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 I it's bugged. I don't know. Ooh, what's this?
Okay, let me stand in safety here. Battle. Very nice.
I found an oxygen tank.
Oh yeah, I let that one go.
Oh. Well, I hope... Well, I still have enough oxygen for now, but I hope I'm not lost, because otherwise I'm kind of in trouble, because I'm completely lost in the maze. What's it? Ah!
Oh, the electrical room.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Do you think I can zoom it? Pass it? I don't know where I am.
I think it's a... Is it a time thing? I don't know.
Well, I have some burns.
I don't know if it's by proximity or timed. Yeah, follow the outside, close I can get to this other spot. 37 meters.
I'm outside. Oof.
Nice.
I found a way out. But where am I?
But
that's the question.
Where?
Ooh, 85 meters from the dugong. That's far. So I emerged below.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm close to the next spot.
There's another one here?
Another one what?
Oh, wait, where am I? Oh, I see you opening something, but I'm outside.
Okay.
Looks like I'm within an inner
range?
courtyard, maybe? Some kind of... Oh, that's... should be the dugong, right? No, that's not.
No, if you can see me now, the dugongs.
Well, I could see you from outside because I'm inside. I'm outside, you're inside. Oh, there's the dugong. Oof. I was lost for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna go in.
What? Like, how do I get to that?
Okay. Did you manage to scan a second one?
The second one, yes. I am just trying to get into this third room. Oh, good. I can use a crowbar. Thank goodness.
So you don't quite need me right now? I can repair the dugong a little bit?
Yeah, yeah.
Because from outside it needs some love. Oh, nice. How would I know? More welding fuel.
We have a box here. Okay. This.
Oh, it's you.
Hello. Alright, alright. You outside again?
Yeah, finishing the repairs. I ran out of welding fuel, so.
Finish? Kannst du kurz mal? Ein Stück Tradition. Ist nicht so seit SAB. Ja. Das da war noch vor SAB.
Okay. Going back up. Can't really reach that. I may be stuck. Okay, I'm unstuck. Ah, okay, good enough. Still have one ruin. Oh, there's still enough ruin scanners here around.
Meh. Damn, I have to go around. Wow, to go all the way around? Seriously? Gosh. Hopefully around this way. I guess we do just go around. Cute. Okay. The mineral scanner. Strange place to put an outpost. Like they spawned the ruin like right in the middle of the passageway. Luckily, there seems to be a way around. Or else it would have been screwed. Oh, enemies bottom.
See them. Oh, it's Wow,
Bindings?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're going. Yeah, they're shooting through this. Be good there.
Are they below now?
All still on the bottom.
Oh yeah. Fortunately, they're rather fragile.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I see 5 here. They're not below anymore. I think they're above. Yep.
Yes.
I think I missed one. Those are fish. Ah, there is. Oh, I'm out of ammo. So there's still one out there. No, wrong. Wrong ammo. Ooh, the nice ammo. Where is he?
Someone top. What the fuck is that?
Something.
Oh my gosh, I got pretty fast here.
Oh, it's still alive. No, okay, it's dead. You okay? You have
so far, so good.
You have an ammo in your hands. It's totally my fault. I completely destroyed.
Yeah, there was something hot there. Something. I don't know if it was lava.
And then I shot it with the very good ammunition. Oh, it's exploding ammunition. I thought it was the other one. No wonder.
Oh yeah, we're so close to the outpost too. Hopefully they don't hold that against us.
Yeah, I destroyed the hatch. Gonna repair it. Come on. Repair. Are you repairing it? Okay.
Something's getting repaired, yeah.
Fortunately, they're not too mad when you burn them while repairing stuff. I hear something else.
It sounds like we definitely have one above that we're gonna see here in a second. Oh, god dang! How'd it get in so fast?
It's not that it's in, it's that I exploded. When I explode...
Oh!
I kind of shredded open all
explosive
stuff.
ammo. Okay.
Okay, I think...
Still coming.
Yeah, the guy... Okay, I'm gonna remove that exploding ammo.
Yeah. Julius is loading ammunition. I don't know where he's gonna load.
Yeah, it's
It
okay.
looks dead. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah, that was my fault. I thought it was the shredding ammunition, but it was the explosive one, so... Oops.
That's okay. For a second I thought it was freaking lava. There's this red interference up here and I was like, oh, we're by some heat source. And then that happened. I was like, oh no!
I'm gonna crash.
No heat source. It's gone
I
now.
think like there was something.
Oh, that's...
Out of oxygen.
Nice.
Okay.
Another 4,000, 2,000 each. Seemed like a long mission.
Didn't get much XP there.
So, well, if we're gonna load in, this is the best time. We're on an outpost. Unless you numbed yourself to sleep. Where are these jobs at? Ooh, I don't know. Oh, I guess I can check out both jobs.
Okay.
Oh, things to break down.
We have 18,000 in the bank now. Let's see what kind of
Nice.
submarines they have here.
Oh, true.
Oh, they only have the Orca or the Camel.
Okay, yeah, I think we gotta go to a military. Would be the best bet.
One gun here. Let's see, 1 gun, 2 gun, 3 guns. 2 gun top. And looks like 1 gun behind bottom. Can you print the almonds, please? The almonds.
Want them to...
Only 3 suits though.
Items.
5 suits for this one. Yeah, she won that squeaky toy.
No, that's hilarious.
Well, it's a squeaky toy that also glow, you know, that's... Well, it has some little lamps in it, and when it bounces, it glows. It has some light effect.
That's an emergency one.
Yes?
Your mistake.
Oof, that's a big engine.
Incendium crystal. No, question. Oh. Oh, okay. Stuff in here. Stuff that we needed to break down already, I guess. Put that in here.
The Camel is not that bad.
Oh. What?
5 suits.
5?
3 guns.
That's what we already have.
Yeah. But the 3 guns in the command room. It has fabricator, engineering, you know, and medbay. And a 60 crate capacity. Okay, what we definitely need is what's it called? Welding fuel tanks.
Okay. Gathering the empty ones. Shoot, that's ballast room. Got me. Why wouldn't these stack? Excellent quality, normal quality. Oh. Boom, boom.
Yeah, we hear that.
You can feel it, can't hear it. Okay, we'll break these things down. Where was I supposed to? That's for fabricating stuff. Shoot, I never need something for stuff to go into. An epic archer.
Yeah, I placed it because I don't think we're gonna win this one.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear too many sound effects there.
Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Alright. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, at least it didn't destroy everything. It's weird, I don't know exactly how that worked. Okay. Died. Interesting. Okay. Fuel rods we can refuel. Into my bladder as well. Hey, that's a lot of breaking down. What is this? Auctionite shard. More unidentified genetic material. But were they unidentified genetic material? Yeah, wait. I got. Ooh, sulfuric acid. What's that coming out of here? Where did you come out of? Sulfurite. Okay. Makes sense. I mean, you say it out loud.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome, welcome.
Nice. I was
Hey,
lying down in the
Baro.
bed.
Ah.
And so I healed.
Good thinking. Right. Together. Tricky. More fine. Put this alien curio. Oh, scared me.
Okay, I leave the stuff on the ground here.
All right. Green
Oh, we could test that genetic material.
Oh yeah?
That tester. Well, that's what you were saying, no? The thing you picked up?
Yeah, that's what it says here. Is it you? Where? Oh, here you go. I dropped it.
Can use research station. Inserted into gene splicer.
Oh.
Research station. Input. Invalid input. Oh, it requires that stabilizing something.
To study it? Back for thorium and lead. Uranium, I mean.
There, I only need one. Sounds empty. Research. Genetic material crawler. Increase swimming speed by 14%.
Ooh. Oops. There's all the metals.
Gonna put it in here.
Nice. Office delivery crates? Okay, right. Okay.
So this is full. This is full. Jesus Christ, how many do I have? Okay, that was the last one. Full. Full. Okay, all that is full. This is almost empty.
Oh, I see.
This is full. This is full. This is almost empty.
Oh, I did not see. It was just full. Don't have that, don't have that. Okay. Ooh. Oh.
Some lead down.
Not be burned. Alright. Well, maybe they could be sold? Oh. Mm-hmm.
Do you have one bar of steel for me in there?
Yes. Pink.
You?
You're welcome.
Oh, sulfurite shard on the ground. An alien mineral.
What? Shard?
Yeah, a sulfurite shard. Alien mineral.
Oh, makes sulfuric
Acid.
yeah. Which makes what? I do not know. But I'm like sitting here like wondering, well, why doesn't this psychorium stuff break down? Oh, because you need it to make the ammunitions. But once again, lead.
Yeah, I have one lead with me.
That's okay for when we need to make more ammo, I guess. Are you gonna go back to the ship? You want this?
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna go check about the jobs. I mean, there's no room for anything really. Oh, it's a clown.
No, so long as there's no husks, it's fine.
True. You need to get on somebody else's good side. An especially mean monster, eh? A giant spine lane. Ugh, I could shoot just right through the ship, huh? And its babies, no doubt. mining quartz. Terminate a swarm. Huh.
Ooh, a Moloch bone. Considered expensive luxury item. Can be sold at high price.
Mm-hmm. About 6 welding tanks.
I bought something. Some, I don't remember. I think I bought 10.
Oh.
Maybe?
Excuse me, so sorry. My Admiral's hat?
Let's see what that Moloch bone is worth. This one would buy it for 300.
Hmm.
Well, that Moloch bone, I'm checking who would buy it for how much.
Oh, I see.
$306. I mean, they say high price, but I don't consider 300 mark a high price.
Hmm. Okay.
This one's 311. So around 300 for everybody.
Hmm.
I need to remember where we found those calyx eggs. Okay. If you're ready, I'm ready.
It's, okay. Right. Heading back to the ship. Oh wait, do I have to head back to the ship? I don't even know. Guess not. I'd like to go to a military place. Good. Oh, it's all the way over there. Here to attack submarines of it. To Siberia. Found transport. Giant spine lane. Terminate a swarm. Large crawler. Sure. And then after that, go to the next stop, New Siberia, to get a new ship. Be able to afford it by then.
Oh yeah, I think it was 18,000. So giant spineling. Oh, that's the one that will go right through.
Babies too.
I don't know.
Highly doubt all these clowns are gonna survive. Well, I mean, I don't know how many there are, but...
Oops.
Right.
Okay, let me check ammo everywhere. This one is full. This one is not quite full, but enough. This one is full.
Just some regular enemies on the bottom here. 4 of them.
Ah, yeah. No, that's fish. Ah, yeah, I see that. One dead. Oh, there's more than one.
Oh boy. Going down.
Are they on leaks?
Yeah, they're on the.
That's
Oh,
stuck
leaks.
inside. Did one get in? Ah, no, he's
Sounds
here.
like it.
Okay, he's dead.
Nah, it's in that ballast thing.
Something hit me. Oh yeah. Where's my gun? Move, I can't shoot at it. Oof, it's tough. Okay, it's dead.
Nice.
It bit me though, so I might turn. Losing blood? Oh, this door is broken. Am I infected?
Doesn't look like it. Just looking at you doesn't look like it. Let's see. Bite wound. No. That other person. Almost dead.
Okay, I'm fine then. I'm gonna look. Going on the autopilot.
Whoops.
There. Oh, too late.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
we're still.
I was fixing this door.
And
Somebody's bleeding out what? Little this, little that.
we're falling down, I think. Oh, it looks like there might be something here. Oh, it's dead. We're slowly falling down. We're gonna bump a little. Yeah. We're on a ledge, but we're falling down.
Why isn't operate reactor power on, please? Thank goodness this name is happening. These sparks. Get us on it.
Oh, we can combine magazines. That's nice.
Really?
Yeah, the
For the
SMG
gun?
magazines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
You have a rifle, right?
I had a machine gun,
No.
machine pistol, 45,
Because we have
38.
2 rifle bullets. I wasn't sure what you had.
Uh-oh.
like an ice.
And enemies.
Oh, yeah. One dead.
Oh shit.
One almost dead.
Swarm.
Oh, they're feeding him.
Damn it.
They're
Swarms.
They're feeding him. What? Ooh. More here.
Swarm one. Uh-oh.
Oh, that mud raptor is in the way. I can't grab my ammunitions. Ah, move! Get out! Let me on the gun! Ah, wrong gun. Okay. Okay, this one is dead. Those are very much alive. Okay, this one is dead. Out of ammo. Why am I? There's my ammo. Oh no, that's the wrong ammunition. Ah, that mud raptor is in the way. I can't grab my ammo. Move. Where's my ammo? There's my ammo. Okay. This one's still alive. Okay, this one's dead. Where are they?
Let's see.
People are on gun for some reason. Okay, that's a dead one. Let's go bring it here.
The
I hear
bottom.
something. Oh yeah, they're back. I guess they went to feed on the bodies. How many are there? Okay,
two left. 3 left.
This
2
one's
left now. 1
dead.
left.
This one's dead. Oh, he's feeding. Ah, damn it, the gun is on the way. The dead body is on the way. Okay, I think... No, they're still alive.
I'm go underneath this one. Top right.
Damn it. It moved. Yeah, I see.
Weird.
Okay, he's
Oh,
dead.
there you go. Nice.
That mud raptor is completely in the way. Come on, move. Get out of the way. You're too much in the way. I can't see my ammunition without you. Yeah, there, fall down there. It's perfect. That's piercing. Yes, that's good.
Need time to reload?
No, I'm good when I'm holding a crate and then I switch when I need it.
Oh.
Those look dead. Oh, the spineling, I remember those.
One body off of here, but
Yeah.
won't come off. And I think I just picked up another one instead. Oh, huge one. Bottom right. Bottom right. This must be the mother. Oh,
Yeah.
bring it.
Big spineling.
She backed off. Little one's coming. 3 of them.
Well, the mama is coming back. I'm shooting at her. She's gonna... Yep, she shot.
Oh, she shot.
have everybody on repairing leaks.
Going down, it's in top right.
Yeah, saw that. I think the mom is dead.
Yes.
One little spinning left. Two.
Here comes the second. Oh, one more. Going back up for it. Oh, here it is.
I missed it. Was it? That is. There.
Very
there
nice.
Good.
We get something from the mama? You think the mom's got something on her?
Probably a huge spine.
Oh. We already got one of those, right?
Yeah, I think so. Ooh, what are them? Oh, that's iron. Not iron.
Uh-oh.
Ice.
Oh, they don't need diving suit. They're so dramatic. Yeah, these all are dead. The...
That looks like it's moving.
Oh, yes.
No. Wait, what?
That one moving? Yeah, there's no damage being done.
No, it was moving diagonally, so that was a little bit weird.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
no,
one
this one is
bottom
dead.
left.
Yeah, it's dead. This one is dead. It's wiggling.
Really?
Yeah, it's just wiggling.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, wait. What's that? Oh no, that was just the ballast, I think. The Spineling went better than expected.
Right? There's upgrades, I guess.
Prora.
Oh. Enemies. Where are they gonna be? Top right?
I think I saw one bottom, but he went up, I guess. Oh yeah, there they are. Right in front of the gun.
Enemies on the bottom also.
I think those on top are dead.
Oh, the crawlers.
Ooh, whoa, so many. What is that? That's a big one, but it's dead. This one's dead.
Two more.
They're feeding off
One
each other, I
more.
think.
Okay, go back down there. Yeah, they are.
I don't see them.
Almost there.
Okay. Yeah,
Very
there
nice.
we go.
Very nice. Yep. Get these guys safely to Zinzao. Oh, enemies top right. 6 or 7 of them. Oh.
Yeah, I see them.
Those spinelings?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
Okay. Did we hit something? Something hit us?
And one more coming.
Yeah, I see it. But it's almost dead. What is it?
Wait,
Ah, there.
something outside. Yeah.
Okay, this one's dead.
Oh, the top right. Oh, that one's dead? Okay. Yeah. Right.
Squeak, squeak. I was wondering somebody's replying something weird. Oh, looks like one more. Are they dead? Are they?
Not moving. They're dead. Ooh.
Nice. Okay, the clowns. +5.
That's 8 and +5. Okay.
The husk are really not happy.
Who wants that?
But we don't care for the husk anyway. And the battle is ready.
Oh. Perfect. Mash. Oh, it sounded so good. But, oh.
So we need stuff to kill the top stuff. Like Buster Balloon, for example. What's this?
Versus.
For 850. Nice. So 21k in the bank.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to put my money in there. Oh, here we go. Okay, here. $26,000.
Nice.
I mean, we can get another person here if we had to. We don't have to. Next place will be where the attack submarines are. They're taking on Mullocks, I guess, and
well, the Matilda is an attack
ships.
class. So is the Harrier and the Typhoon. Let's see, how's the humpback? Only one gun? No, 4 guns. Ooh, 4 guns. 4 guns, 5 suits. Engineering. But, oh, a med bay too.
Med bay.
Oh, the airlock is below. That's interesting.
Oh, I like that.
But only 4 crates cargo capacity.
4 crates and 5 freaking suits, huh?
So that's the humpback for 13k. At least the guns and the helm are together, so that's something. And there's 4 guns. That's a scout. Let's see the Typhoon. 6 suit. Eight crates capacity. 6 suit. The command room with 1 gun. 3 guns looks like. Oh, but I don't like that the guns are on 2 different levels. Yeah, the guns are on different levels. That's why we kind of said no to the Typhoon. Let's see, Harrier. 4 crates cargo capacity. 1, 2 guns. 2 suits here, 3 suits there. Oh yeah, no, this one also has the guns on different level. And so the Matilda, let's see it. $56 crates cargo capacity.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. Engineering, a lounge, med bay. 8 suits. Let's see, the helm is here with
nice.
2 guns. Where are the other guns? Oh wait, there are 2. Oh, there are 2 command room and gunnery compartment. You can see the head. Oh, nice. So I would have direct access to 3 guns. 1, 2, 3 guns, and then what's the 2 that you have in your... Would have to see.
Is it the front?
That might be a periscope.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a bilge, and there's a clown head and a clown honk. If you look at it, that's funny. Ballast. What? Now? Why? Yes?
Well, and to start our crops at least.
Oh yeah. Armory, engine room. Ooh, that's a big engine room. I wonder, because I have a big screen on the gunnery as well, I wonder if I can see what you see on your command room in the helm. If that's what it is.
Ooh.
Because that would be practical.
Yeah.
So those might only be periscopes. So that, oh yeah, I think that's a periscope, that's a periscope. But what are those then? Because I see 1, 2, 3, 4 guns. 4 guns, 3 installed, the one that we can add. Just wish they would say what kind of guns were allowed. The nice part is we have our own engineering fabricator and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you even have your own captain's quarter. Oh, you have your captain's quarter with your own suit. Suit locker.
Ooh, very nice.
Reactor room. Cargo. Ballast. Bilge. Airlock access. Oh, so we have 2 airlock access, one upper and one lower. And that's the docking port. Nice. Okay.
Some hammerheads and coalition transport along the way. Hold on, we could do arms delivery, but I gotta clear those spots.
How much does a new crew cost?
That one.
Coalition corporal. A medic for 6,000. With 90 medical. our system starts to be rather good at mechanical engineer and electrical engineer.
What assistants? But
Yeah, the assistant Kenna. They start to be good. Okay. The HR manager is a pain in the butt to reach. He's like on complete opposite side.
Yeah, they should at least roam around or something. Wait, is it doing that or that? One out of a max of 4 equals. Okay. Okay, ready to go?
No.
Nope, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna just go to the constructor, pick up what I did.
Oh, no, that's fine. Take a drink here. Take your time.
Well, the question is, do we buy that new submarine or do we wait for the next outpost?
Next outpost.
Okay. Yeah, then let me pick up the stuff because it's a pain to reach the thing here. It's so far. Then we can deconstruct the rest at home. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Boop.
How's delivery? Oh, the armor could have removed some of our cargo, some of our crates to get more, I guess.
Oh, I put them on the ground.
Ah, okay. Just for 600 marks, doesn't look like a lot.
Oh, times 4.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't understand that either, because it's like, there's 8 slots, it looks like. Oh wait, I think max was probably 4.
Okay. Hammerheads will be fun. I mean, at least 2.
Okay.
Maybe I can take the exploding ammunition then. Only if it's on top though.
Oh shit.
What is that?
I don't know, it wasn't
It's a
on the...
hammerhead. 2 hammerheads.
They aren't even the ones. Oh boy.
Okay, this one looks dead. What's the next one? Is it above? Below?
Top left? Is that the one? No.
Oh, no, I killed
Nowhere
one, I
left.
think.
It's gone.
Why are you not repairing that?
Ooh. Little beacon station down there.
Good. We're good.
Gonna go up to these hammerhead. Gonna be above us.
What is this? Oh, that's ice.
Very nice. Oh, it's fast. Oh, there's gonna be 2 of them. Wait. No, 1, 2, 3. Shit. Going down.
Well, they are there.
Here they come.
Kinda wanna try the exploding ammunition.
Sure.
Tell me when they're back.
Here they come. Ooh, very
Oh,
nice.
yeah.
Ooh.
That was good.
Here comes another one. Oh yeah, just melted it.
Yeah.
They're fixing the holes. What is this beneath? Is this a beacon station or a
You have to see. It's a wreck.
A wreck? Okay.
Oh, there's a little guy under us. Ooh, I have no ammunition.
Oh,
there.
is that what I hear?
Yeah.
Well, husk.
Okay, it's dead. No, it's not dead. Oh, there are 2 of them. Okay, this one's dead.
Oh wow. Okay, New Siberia and a new ship. I was gonna say, haha.
I'm surprised by how little minerals there is around.
Yeah. I haven't seen one this time. Oh. Very good, very
It
good.
sounded like there was a husk or something.
Yeah, I heard that.
Probably. It's probably not there anymore once we duck.
Oh, it'd be hilarious being able to release a husk on the base. An outpost.
Mm-hmm. Ah, I knew it. I have a point.
Oh, good.
Ooh, this warlord. Inflict 10% more damage with ranged weapon for every nearby enemy. Unlocks recipe, HMG magazine. Ooh, what's that?
I dump my cash in the pot there.
What's an HMG? I need to see what it is. Oh, I still had that box. Okay, so this is where home is?
Point.
Yes, that's where home is.
Character. Oh. Two members in the same room that gain a skill point instead get 3. What? Two members walk 5% faster. Oh yeah, no, don't be too giving. If you gain a skill, so does every other crew member everywhere. Crew members swim 10% faster. Well, yeah, that one. Let's give it a trickle down.
Okay. Submarine. Okay. There he has the same. It's the Matilda. It's the same. It's the same. It's all the same. There was more choice on the other one, but.
What?
Yeah.
This should be a. Oh.
But it's the same. It's the Matilda we have our eye on, anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have 35,000 in the bank, so.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, Wolven is back. Does he join us?
Just woke up from nap.
That's why you disappeared.
Usually this happen. Eat and then sleep. Oh my. You really are trying to gain weight. How do you make batteries? Lithium and zinc. Oh, everything can kind of be made, huh? Round?
Okay,
What about round?
HMG.
Oh, there it is.
Heavy machine gun, capable dealing a lot of damage. What do we need? Psychorium
like 2.
bar.
Ooh, we have that.
Magnesium,
Weapons
lead.
level 65. Magnesium, lead. Oh, this bad situation.
Okay. HMG. Do we have Psychorium bars?
Yeah. They wouldn't break down, so. Should have them. They're the bars that wouldn't break down. And I was like, oh, I guess we'll make Psychorium ammunition someday. But there you go.
Oh, well, it's to make the gun, the heavy
Good.
machine gun. And
Even
then
better.
I can make thingy.
Mud raptor nest. Hammerheads. Thresher nest. Titanite. Prisoners. Hammerheads. Air transport. Mining uranium.
Phasicorium bar. See, it's there. Oh, are they here? Oh, we have two. So I just have quite enough for one heavy machine gun. Do I make it?
Oh, yes.
That sounds greedy.
Hmm.
Okay, we needed rubber. Okay, let's take this crate. I think and some other stuff as well.
Wait,
I want all the weapons.
It's a medical person. So down. A couple of robed figures are huddled around someone lying on the floor. You're not sure if they're trying to restrain or resuscitate the person, who is convulsing violently, as if having some kind of seizure. One of the robed figures notices you. Hey, you! Throw me a syringe of Calixinide from the cabinet over there. Toss a syringe from the cabinet next to you. You toss him the syringe that says Calixinide, and as soon as they inject it in the spasmy man's neck, he settles down. One of the robed figures seems angry. Mark, you impatient idiot, how many times have we told you you're not ready for the gift yet? What is going on here? This feels awfully suspicious. Tell me what you were doing to that man, or I'll report you to the authorities. The group glance at each other nervously. Look, we don't want any trouble. Our brother here was too eager to meet the great husk, and it was taking him over. But we got it contained now, and everyone is fine. Won't happen again. No need to tell the whole outpost, or our sect for that matter. It would ruin our careers if they found out he tried to jump the line. Your sect, you're members of the Church of the Husk. I thought your whole shtick was to get taken over by the parasite. Parasite? A parasite does nothing but take. The husk gives. It can take you way beyond the limits of that flesh bag you call your body, but not like this. Not if you're not ready to take it in, or so the ecclesias speak anyway. If I wanted to rise beyond those limits, how would I go about that? Where are they going? Well, to be honest, we're just converts. I don't know if we're the best people to answer that. Our ecclesias say you need to be ready for the gift to truly open up your heart and mind and all parts of your flesh before you can take the communion. There's these rituals and tools for appeasing and welcoming the holy symbiote and bringing about the metamorphosis, but we don't really know much about those yet. I'm sure an ecclesias would happily tell you more, if you could find one. Enough of this cultist bullshit. Alert the outpost security. You contact outpost security via radio, informing them of the suspicious activity going on in this module. -10 for the Church of Husk reputation.
We don't
Get
like
away
them
from
anyway.
me. Uh-oh. Help! Trying to get somewhere safe. Oh my god, what's happening to our crew members? Are they being attacked? Dirty husks. Ugh. Cultist shop. Patui. Not my money. I can't get down to this other shop.
Battle is ready.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm playing. Playing more. Especially while we're at an outpost. Much easier to load in. Yes! Victory! Can I find the server?
For Wolven. Not yet. Oh, that's scary.
No.
Aunt Doris. What does Aunt Doris want? Okay. Okay. What does Aunt Doris? You notice an old lady with a familiar-looking face. Aunt Doris. Her food kiosk franchise might have left something to be desired, but her cooking shows have always been excellent. To your surprise, she approaches you. Well, hello there. I heard you and your troop were in the neighborhood, so I came here in the hopes of running into you. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. What can we do for you? This may be a bit silly, but I suppose no harm in asking. You see, I've been having how should I put this? Late life crisis? As of late? As I'm sure you know, I've been hosting cooking shows, running my restaurants and whatnot for almost 4 decades now. Hearing stories of your crew's wild adventure, all the things you've done to help make our little moon something better, I just can't help feeling curious about what life as a submariner would have been like. It's not a life for everyone. Yes, I bet. But it sure is something I'd love to take a shot at. And you know, I'm not as soft as I may look. As a young girl, back in my activist day, I bashed in more filthy separatist heads than you'd believe. And I loved every second of it. I also know a thing or two about medicine. And there isn't an animal on Europa I don't know how to slice. So how about it? Would you give this old-timer a chance of your crew? I'd love nothing more than to do my part in on Fight for Better Europa. Do we say yes?
Sure.
I hope she's not a husk. Okay, how could I say no? Welcome on board.
Server info, I'll tell you in a second. We have to go back to the lobby.
Yeah, just... Okay, I'm in the ship. Let me put the stuff down. Ow. Okay, good. So when you browse the servers, you should see on the top right your friend list. You should see Love's head You just click on it.
You see Tana playing Baro drama? Playing other oh, the game avatars. Hold on.
Wait, let me disconnect. Return to the main menu. So, save a browser. Oh, indeed, I can't join anymore.
Can't try anymore.
Or you just filter, laugh, and then that should be good.
Lobby for work.
There might be an update, but not usually when you start the game, it should be updated.
You might have to load the mods.
But it takes a minute usually.
Nice.
No, not yet. We're gonna do it now. We're on Discord if you want to.
You. Bought the new ship out yet? Yeah, I don't know how much of it is either. I bought some rounds, ammo for my little pistol. Look at how much they want to make them.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Welcome. First job. You plant everything. Plants.
How's the sea monsters?
They're fine.
Oh, yeah, not too bad.
The alien thingy? Do you guys explore the alien thingy?
Uh-oh, things are flashing here.
alien structure.
Oh wait, that's because I was reloading this thing. Oh. Loading. Good, good.
One more, 6 more megabytes.
Oof. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to go through that list and see which ones am I actually using and that which ones are just
And it's done. I'm here. Right. Ready up.
What did you take?
Mechanic.
Ah, okay.
Is there like a gardener? A planter?
We have one planter, but that's about it.
Oh, okay. Bye. Oh, I wonder if we can make one.
Oh, we can buy
Cheap
them.
and unlock.
We have a lot of money.
Reach. How deep are you guys right now? Are we like at the bottom? Almost? Why am
I never thought about that.
My legs. Did I break my leg? Oh, I'm dying.
Already?
I hear heartbeat.
Hmm.
I'm at less than 50% HP.
What the?
Let me see. I can't even run.
I have a skill point again. That's weird.
Yeah, me too.
Guess it
And
didn't
my gun
apply.
disappeared. So it looks like it
What
resets
the
us
heck?
from we didn't save before going
Oh
to the.
no!
All that progress.
I mean that's okay. I mean we we didn't do much. We just Oh, we need to re-invite
How is
Angena
that
then.
possible?
Is Angena
Wait,
still
what?
there? Well, we had recruited Angena.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if she's still there. Would be nice if she was.
How far did we roll
Doesn't
back?
look like
Oh
it.
my.
No, not much. Just when we arrived. So really not much.
You guys need the money? I don't know why I got 3,000 right now.
Yeah, you can put it in the bank.
Okay,
Yeah, I need to put.
I'll do the treat everybody thing. Treat everybody. Yo. Oh, $100 for that. Okay, that's okay. Put it in the bank. How do I put it in the bank?
2650. Okay.
How do I put the money in the bank?
You want me to do it? I think I can do it. You go to your character. So, true. Then you see your wallet. You click on your, and then you see wallet under your portrait, and then you see a little arrow below, and it tells you I have a retrieve from the bank.
Is it on the top left? Crew lease or
What?
bottom right?
The info tab.
The info tab. Then first tab crew, you click on your name.
So the third tab on the top.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay, so I just
Click on your wallet.
transfer all monies to the bank. Click on the wallet. Why is it that I can?
No. You don't change your salary.
Oh, the little drop down menu there.
Under
The
you
little
have a
arrow
little
below
arrow.
it.
If I hit that button, is my money gonna go?
No,
the bank is gonna
don't
give
worry.
me money, right? Oh, I just click it. Oh, okay. It's gonna toggle. Okay, got it. Done.
But normally it doesn't matter. Does he have access? All the access? I think so, right?
Yeah, he has access.
Yeah. So we can put all our money in the bank, and then we still can buy and sell stuff with money directly from the bank.
That's good. That's good.
It's better if we die.
Nice.
Okay, so do we go buy that submarine?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why is it? Why is it there? Up here.
I don't know.
It's by the big engine. Wolven, if you come below, you wanna go have a look at it?
Oh, let me take a look. Where is it?
Yeah. By the blue guy. No?
Whoa.
Oh.
I fell down. Which one is it you guys want to get?
The Matilda.
Matilda? Next page?
Yeah. If you click on it, then you can you see the little square on the bottom right. You can click and then zoom in and out and see where everything is.
2 guns at the bottom, 2 guns on the top. Wow.
Mm-hmm. And I think 2
entrance or exit? 3? I see 3 ladders.
Yeah. There's the docking port, and then there are 2 airlocks, one up and one down.
Like top right and bottom right, right?
And then 2 periscope, as far as I can see.
Oh really? 2 periscope?
Yeah, and 4 guns.
Nice. Yeah, looks good. How much is it? 18,000. Oh, you guys can afford it, no problem.
Yeah, of course we can.
Buy the guns too. If not, it's gonna be.
Yeah, we can only buy them once we
Something to start taking out of Moloch.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But we can only do that. So purchase and switch. There we go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Purchase and switch. Oh yeah, true. There's a vote.
You got a yes.
Forgot about that. Yoo-hoo!
Big sheep. Lots of place to plant.
And we will have our own deconstructor and everything, so that will be so much better.
Oh, I want this constructor too. Nice.
Right, won't have to go back and forth.
Yep. Don't have to carry stuff all over the place. Wonder if there's a lot of storage at the deconstructor. What are we stealing?
Nothing. We don't need anything.
We need more crew. How many crew can we have?
I think I have 6 bots.
Oh, Anjana is not there anymore.
What happened? Is she our?
Oh wait. Who's that? Oh, there she is.
Go look for plenty. Can we buy more plenty? Stealer. Do you guys need more guns and bullets?
Yeah, I don't know what was bought now. Yeah,
Or maybe we have to switch the sheep.
I like my revolver rounds. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I see rifle bullets. I see rifles. I see revolvers, but I said, do they have ammo? You don't have to.
I have 7 bullets left on mine, but I do still have SMG magazines.
Oh,
you did the husk again?
Yeah, I told
they got.
I told
60,
security about them.
They got 60 revolver rounds. I'm gonna buy all of it then.
Nice.
60. We got 4 revolvers. Okay, so. I'm not gonna buy any.
Is he mad at me now? No.
SMG magazines do you want? There's 4 more. I can buy 4 more.
Well, I can build my own, but.
Buy. Spent all the money.
Where is? Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Does the armor help? That's like body armors and stuff.
I don't know. Never tried them really.
Remember there was like armors that replace like replace your diving suit or something. That's not good.
I think.
But the bullets. Let me see if there's anybody selling plants. Who's this person? Why are they all doing the thing with the leather.
Okay, gonna go get a drink. Be right back.
Okay. When you exit the outpost, that's weird. Okay. Oh, but the new person, the new staff member is already on board. That's weird.
Oh, they
The new ship isn't here, but the new staff member's already on. Clean up. Well.
Ooh, what these guys? Cultist merchants?
Oh yeah. If they like you, they'll deal with you, but we don't get along with the cultists.
We got drugs, anabolic steroids. I'm walking away. Are they following me? No. Okay. All the other traders. Medicine? Are we good on meds?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, so far, yeah. Welcome back.
So we'll have the Aunt Doris as an extra crew. She said she's good at medical, so my guess is she will be medical.
Nice.
We've got 5 morphine. Do we need
Jumps
more?
here. No, we got some opium that we should be break down into some morphine. At least I bought some opium before. We just have to find it on board.
It's empty though on my screen. Opium. Is it on the previous ship or
Oh.
something?
Oh well, maybe I didn't buy it this time. No, go ahead, get the morphine then.
Okay,
Just in case.
I'll get 4 more.
Mining thorianite.
Bye. +2.
Hammerheads. Gosh. Mining uranium. Oh my gosh. Oof.
I'm not gonna buy
Separatist
the guns
vessel.
ammunition because I don't know what kind of gun we have yet. So.
Oh, do we have to leave and come back to do the upgrades or something?
Yeah, probably.
Separatist vessel. Kids are getting excited. Daddy was home. Let's just do those 4. The mud raptor nest, but I'm so scared about going into caves. And there's a tiger thresher nest, and it's in the cave also. This is gonna be ridiculous. Good money, but.
We just
All
bought
right, we're all
60
ready?
rounds of revolver, and I have quite a few of SMG magazines. So.
Yep.
All
We
right.
should be good.
Bought like 4 more mags.
And we don't really
What do
have
you
to
want?
bother.
Mud raptor nest?
Yeah,
5,000. Okay.
We can try.
Is this the new ship? This is not the new ship.
Oh, I pressed start. Why didn't it
the
go
one
through?
we docked is still the old
Here
ship,
we go.
but as soon as we
We
land.
should be switching to the new ship.
Yeah.
Go.
Ooh, uranium. That's gonna be nice.
Doris.
Yeah. Oh, that. I knew she was medical. Haha.
Special NPC.
should be better. Well, it should make better choices with healing and stuff like that. Whereas other bots will just kind of like grab whatever and might inject you with alien blood instead.
I have about an hour before I need to go to bed.
Okay, all right.
Because we have a reservation tomorrow at noon. I love it. Oh yes, I can see the helm from here. Okay, what gun do I have? What's this?
Where's the reactor?
What's this?
Load device.
Coil gun. That's a coil gun. That's a. Oh, that's a periscope.
Unit load device? What is
Why
a
would I
unit
need a
load
periscope
device?
in? Wait.
Whoa, is this storage?
Periscope. Huh? What are the other guns then? I have two periscope in my.
We've got bunk beds too. See 3 diving suits.
Periscope?
whether-
Periscope.
Is it both periscopes?
Huh? How many periscope do we have? What the heck?
One,
Wait,
two,
I have
three.
no gun, so we need to. I have one coil gun there.
One coil
Yeah, I have one periscope.
gun?
One periscope.
Okay,
Oh,
see
wait,
what a
I can
dock?
shoot. Wait,
Oh.
wait. What does it say periscope? Oh no, wait. That's a coil gun. That's.
According to
Yeah,
my
that's
map here, there's 3 guns on here.
Yeah. Okay, those are 3 coil guns.
So we have space
Okay.
for one more?
Yeah.
Hatch with buttons, it says, and custom
Wait, we have
hatch.
a prisoner here? Can I?
What? We didn't
Wait.
take prisoner transport.
No.
There's like one person here.
What? Can I looks like she's handcuffed. She's kneeling on the ground. What is she doing? Oh, she's stuck into the. Yeah, she was stuck into the door.
I'm afraid to open doors.
Look, I can see the helm from where you are. That's so nice.
My
Okay,
own
so-
suit.
This gun is above behind.
Oh, it came with the cigar.
Top left. bottom middle.
I saw
The
3.
freaking
Okay,
sub, it came with the
Oh,
cigar.
right.
We just got a new submarine and it came with the cigar and the freaking
And you have your own.
cabinet.
Yeah, you have your own quarter. That's so cool.
And then oh, how did this light come on? Wait, oh, there was a light on for a second there.
Access.
Oh.
I can sit on the chair. Ha 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 ha.
Ah, unauthorized.
Oh, you have your disposable diving suit.
Oh, there's cigars everywhere. I don't know what they're for.
I'm locked in.
Oh no, you locked in there?
Yeah.
You have no right. Really? The door's open? Oh, okay.
Oh,
So these are both just periscopes, eh?
whoa, the medical room.
Oh, because it's that big of a ship, I might have to look sometimes. Okay, so you say you need a dock for another weapon?
We probably can do it with the coil guns right now, can we?
Yeah,
So
sure.
I have one coil gun, top left, one top right, and one bottom.
They're all coil guns, you say?
Yeah, for now they're all coil guns. So bottom,
Alright.
yeah, bottom kind of left, but a little bit more in the middle than the other one.
Where the heck am I in this ship? I don't even know where I am on this ship. That's alright. Alright.
You're
Going?
on the top right.
Top right. Oh, there we go. Command room.
I love
okay.
that I can see the helm. I love that I can see that I don't need to go watch with you.
Alright, we ready or?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, you have to come up here to the command room or to where Tan is. I mean, I don't know where else there would be.
Yeah, look.
Right.
I can watch. So I can see the enemies coming. You see them?
You mean the main screen?
Yeah. But it's not the helm, so you only see, but you can't interact. Apart from the sonar. If I do the sonar, is it for you too?
No.
Yeah, I can see it too. I hear the beeping sound.
Yeah, for Wolven, because you're with me, but like for now I turn on.
Turn it off?
I turn on
No,
passive.
nothing's changing here.
Oh, nice. So we have 2 sonars.
Wow.
That's the main ship sonar, right?
The Separatists will be the first. Below us. I don't know what'll happen. I mean, I'm assuming that they have weapons also?
Whoa, that's a periscope up here. Why is it here, though?
So people are on leak fixing?
It's so far away from the breach. I mean, not far, but it's out of, well,
Separatist number. Jumped all the way over there now.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, here's the uranium and the raptor nest.
Ooh, we got uniforms in the closet too. We got a trash can.
We can hide our opium in there.
Yep. What is this? We got horns.
We don't have the mineral scanner on this one
Shipwreck
anymore.
ID. Silicon. Pistol.
You're right, you don't.
What is the big unit load device? What is that for? There's a big unit device. There's like a lot of slots, 12 slots in there. Can I put
It's
stuff in
probably
there?
our storage compartment. We have like 60 storage.
Where can I put?
Well, it's probably empty. Oh, okay. Stuff gets delivered like that sometimes. Boss battle. Everybody will find us now. Somehow.
Stuff. Tana, what's your weapons room?
It's why you saw me.
Is this like
Is it at the bottom?
ice in front of this cave? Looks like it could be shot.
Okay, let me explore a little bit too. Okay, what's this? Ooh, all our stuff is on the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the basement.
Yeah, we'll have to sort everything because everything's on the ground, everything.
Okay, where do I put all the bullets? Where's the gun room?
Do you think clean up items?
This one. Reactor room. What? Why is there leakage in the back? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, are we under attack?
Yeah, we got a hole.
Oh, we are.
Bleeding. I'm
Oh no, it's freaking ice.
No, there are some raptors.
Something.
Oh,
I'm dead.
the nest. You're dead.
Crushed by the web. Crushed by the water pressure.
Were you outside?
Oh
The bottom
no.
of the engine at the back is flooded, and then there's stuff coming in right now.
Yeah. Okay, where are the swimsuits? Were up here, if I remember correctly. No.
Okay, they're killing.
Wolven's dead already. Where are the swimsuits?
Glenda.
No, swimsuits are below.
Bottom right.
Sounds pretty bad out there.
Yep.
Ah! Yeah.
It's in there.
I'm dying. I'm dying. Where is he?
It's at the bottom floor.
I need oxygen.
Oxygen is to your right, all the way.
I'll be in my quarters.
I'm losing blood.
Sweet. Pew pew pew. Oh, one more.
I need medical.
Medical room is to your right. Medical room is to your right. And then the next room is the suits.
I probably need blood.
Drink all the blood.
Ooh, that was
Andora's
inside.
fighting. Andora's is getting killed.
Doris, no, she's the one that I sent to help you.
Andora's is using a knife to fight that thing.
Oh
she's gonna,
no.
She's down. Andora's. I think this is the only one left. Is this the Mud Raptor or something?
Where is he?
Break through something. Bottom floor, bottom.
Where do I have oxygen?
Last to your right.
There's oxygen.
The monsters to your right.
Right?
To the right of left.
Doris.
You see it? Left to your right. It's there. Damn it. Pew, pew,
This?
pew,
That one's dead.
There. Go down.
Okay, this one is dead.
Okay, nice.
I harpooned it.
Okay, are we gonna come back with the Reaper attacks?
No. Should we restart?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna restart.
Okay. Oh my god, what's happening when we zoom out and see?
Oh, you're.
Seriously.
So first thing first, I need to have a suit on my at my feet.
It's scary.
Everything's so nice and peaceful up in the command room.
We don't have the access, we can't go in there. Join. Yes. Do they have to re-download all the time?
Yeah, unless you reinstall them, but I installed them all, but it still tells me sometimes to
Do I have to subscribe to them? So
like
that
ship.
it's like...
Shipwreck Extended and Baro Drama, I have them, but somehow I still have to re-download them every time, so I don't know what's... But it goes quick, like it takes like 10 seconds.
Okay, maybe I gotta subscribe then. I think I didn't hit the subscribe or something. Only yes, I just big yes.
What's up?
Boost.
Boss battle.
Yeah, and somehow people don't find us, so I don't know.
Hey. Oh.
Maybe it's a particular kind of map that they need.
Mm-hmm.
Shinobi. I'll boost this Shinobi out there. Like, level 1 Shinobi. What was the demonologist thingy?
Not bad.
It looks like it's scarier, the whole place.
Scary.
Well, I only caught the end, but it didn't look like much happened up until he died.
No, I mean, I like the graphics are better, and I like that they, put a little bit of thought of like, oh, your EMF reader is a roach because they're sensitive to electromagnetic fields. I haven't seen it work yet.
But then, like,
take on it though.
Maps or something like that.
I got the spirit box to work.
Nice.
You have to unlock them one at a time, I guess.
Hot dog not playing.
The death was a little weird.
Okay. It sends you to a different place or something in cutscene.
Yeah. It's like the girl from The Ring, her shadow being cast on a wall or whatever, walking by, and then a picture comes flying off the wall with a demon face in it, and there you go. Who knows what would happen if I was playing with others?
Demonologist, you gotta like exorcist the ghost too, right? Do the exorcism.
Yeah, you can exercise them. Yeah, in the basement there was like summoning circle, and that's where I'm supposed to find the fingers. And after you figure out what type of ghost it is, then you can do the extra stuff. And if you're very daring, exercise the ghost. It totally makes sense. How hard is it to have a summoning circle in Phasmophobia? And, have some pieces of a ghost that you have to collect. You already have a bone. You already have a chicken bone. Do that 4 more times. That's the part. The problem is that it kind of just feels kind of like I'm incomplete. Like, oh yeah, we identified the ghost. Let's go.
Yep, just back up and go.
Yeah,
Burn the house
you
down.
think that you would do the exorcism or something,
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of identifying the ghost if you don't do anything about it?
Ready up? Okay, good.
Any?
Yep.
This. Oh, that was because I got too close to some ice, and I think that just let the creatures like right in.
I wasn't paying. I was checking below the inventory, so I wasn't paying attention to the guns, and I saw them too late.
I was just exploring, and then I found
Yeah,
water.
my parents could have looked
And
myself.
I died. Water. Oh. Am I still dead? Okay, I'm alive. Okay. Where's the power again? Reactor's over here. turn on the power.
Nice.
Use one like this.
Different map.
Okay. So before we move,
Oh.
or well, we move too much, let's check downstairs and pick up what we need to not die.
Bullets. I want bullets. I want guns.
Like in this crate.
I went to the boss.
That's all that was in my armory, so I guess I put it back to the armory.
Alien blood over here.
Why do I hear water? I hear water. Oh, is it the badass?
Maybe it's a boss.
We were going down, so probably. We're moving, so probably.
Where's all the guns at? I see this box full of nothing. Oh, this is all the bullets. Can I take 2 stacks?
Oh, being attacked. Bottom. And top a little bit. Mostly the bottom, though.
Oh no. Get a suit. Quick. Gotta leave this in here.
Can't see them anymore. You said top?
I don't see anything anymore on top. Oh, wait, no. Ooh, here's something. Jesus, is that here? Jesus, is that here?
At the inside.
Okay,
I don't see anything.
Those two are dead.
Dead. Something else is close. Oh my god, sounds terrible. Whatever it is. It sounds like it's up here, inside.
The one... Is this a life or dead? This guy's...
Autopilot.
On the right.
Oh, there's gonna be hammerheads here soon too.
I'm shooting at it.
Oh my god, it broke through. It's in the medical room.
Don't stand in front of me, I'm shooting at it. It's almost dead.
Try to get out.
Okay, it's dead.
Try to find a place to hide.
I think another one is the...
I'll be in my quarters.
I'll be in the...
There's a hole in my command room.
They broke in.
I need oxygen.
I'm bleeding.
Okay, I have a mask, an oxygen mask. Whoa! We hit something, I guess.
My blood is going all over the place.
Come on, you stupid suit.
Yeah,
Why is there a disposable one in here? No.
I'm gonna try and reverse them.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?
Oh,
I see it. Other side.
Hammerhead? There's a hammerhead nearby.
Yeah, I know. I'm shooting at it.
Shooting at it?
Yeah. 2 hammerheads. I'm shooting at them.
Fixing the roof.
I'm bleeding out though.
There.
Oh God, please tell me that the water drains out of this room.
Hi, Laugh. Hi, Tana.
Hi.
Hi, Wolvenscar.
Okay, I fixed something. I fixed the...
Oh, I knocked you. The guns. Charge is bad. They destroyed here.
Trying to figure where I can put my god dang mask on my god dang face. There we go. Tell me. This room is not waterproof.
Can you have somebody? I need a mask. I need a suit.
I got a suit.
Nobody can help you.
You want a suit? Where are you?
I'm at the guns.
Suit. Okay, I'll go get suit.
Oh god, there's no.
There's no hatch.
What? Wait, got the suit.
Uh-oh.
Thing is, I need somebody to repair the leaks on the gun room because that's where they attack.
Wait, I can't carry?
And every time they attack, they make me lose.
Hull breaches there.
And where are you?
By the guns.
Okay, I'm at the guns right now.
Hull breach in gunnery compartment.
Yeah, give it to me.
One more coming down.
Drop it on the ground.
Oh,
Okay,
one's
thank
on the
you.
left and one's on the right on top. Two hammerheads.
Yeah, I know. One is almost dead.
Yabba. Blip, blip.
Okay, this one is dead. Other one.
You need it better. Oh, nice. It's almost dead.
Almost.
Do it. One more.
Okay, he's dead.
Nice.
They're both dead.
Very good, very good.
We can repair.
Now I know why this place is.
Everybody's repairing.
All the guns are here.
Okay, water's coming down. Good. But all the electrical.
Oh, I got shot.
I'm gonna repair the hatch that's broken.
Jesus.
Okay, the hatch is repaired. What do we have here? We still have water. Ooh, we have depth charge. Ammunition loader.
Oh. All the leaks are done.
What's this? Oh, the periscope.
Yes.
The steering coming manual. Are they repairing
What
the
is this?
engine yet?
What is it? Text display detached. Shuttle navigation terminal. Oh, we do have a mineral scanner. Wait,
Okay,
that's your...
engine's repaired.
Oh, there's two ways to drive. What?
Hmm?
Ooh, I'm out of oxygen here. Oh, that's the... mask.
There's... If the numbers don't change, it's going to be another hammerhead, like 200 meters on the top, right? Oh, nope, numbers changed. 400 now. Well, let's see.
Yeah, problem is we still have the two hammerheads blocking
What
the
is that
cannon.
noise? Oh, ew.
There.
It was here on the windshield, yuck. I was like, what is that?
Well done.
Why?
I got more quick.
Why do I have
ammo
leaks
boxes.
already? Nope. We're all fine. Hammerhead.
Ooh, what's that
What are
red
these
thing?
little things here? What was that?
I don't know, I saw them. But... I don't
Oh,
see
hammerhead's
anything on the
coming
gun.
up. Top right.
Here
80
comes the
meters.
hammerhead.
Top right.
And what's that red dot?
A lot of medical supply. nice.
Here it comes.
Yeah, I see it. It's gonna go boom.
Oof. Separatists detected. Neutralize the crew or sink the submarine to the bottom of the ship.
Oh, they're attacking us!
Oh. That's fine. Our crew's good. We got a good crew.
And of course, the hammerhead is attacking us instead of them.
Ah!
Stole my suit.
Oh, we're going down fast.
Bearing.
Oh, tell me, we got weapons up there. Oh, we're gonna probably just hit a little bit of ice here. Just to tear off the back part a little bit, just a little bit. Front part, front right. Oh, come on.
Where's the hammerhead?
What is it?
We fell pretty fast. We kind of lost them. The leak is on the top right. Top right gunnery room. I think they're on it. I think.
The engine room and the bilge.
Oh yeah, the end is gonna leak.
Okay. Their water level 2%. It's not that much. Hull breach on the bilge.
We're kind of 3,500 meters. We must rise soon.
Yeah, we're gonna crash soon.
There is.
I'm going to try to find a bilge.
Oh, now I see your other command room.
No, you see nothing.
Oh, nice.
Which?
Only
all right. We're able to. All right, we're good. We're going back up. Oh, the separatists is the bottom right. Bottom, they're below us. They're below us.
I'm not there.
Something's below us. I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
A Moloch? I don't even know. A latcher? No, not a latcher.
I'm rubber banding. Fuck, I can't reach it.
Oh my god, it has so much health. I'm barely hurting it.
I'm rubber banding like crazy.
Do we want to leave or stay?
It latches on.
I just shoot off the legs, maybe.
True.
Okay.
Let me shoot it.
Okay, I'm getting out.
I don't even know. I don't know where I'm at.
What is it? Is it above? Below?
Bottom right.
It is below us. We're going up. It's still.
I'm gonna check the bottom.
We're kind of getting out of range. As long as it doesn't come for us again like it did. Yeah, the big hole at the bottom there. Let's see if I can fix that.
Okay,
Come on,
so
guys.
I need to stay on guns, and we have to trust the NPC to repair everything. Fix the leaks, at least.
We're sinking a little bit. We need to really go up. Oh, here it comes again.
Yeah, I see it.
You didn't latch on? Oh, it did latch on. Shit.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm sure
well,
it's...
nice that it gives... Oh, that's what it does. It gives us a little push. It grabs on and then it, like, pushes.
Wait, I have other kind of ammo. We do have explosive ammo somewhere. But where is it?
Bottom? Cargo room?
Going back down.
Can I look for stuff here? Yeah, I can. Where is it?
God. Like a piercing ammunition doing that?
We need for coil gun. Coil gun ammo.
This is for coil gun.
Okay, then piercing should be good too.
I've got chain gun. Chain gun is for chain gun. I'll bring the...
Yeah, so coil gun. We have piercing coil gun and we have
Yep.
explosive coil gun. If you can find the explosive, that would also be nice.
Okay, switch. Do you want to switch the ammos? I put in the PS right now.
Yeah, okay.
I'll go find the explosive one. Color of those.
They're white.
Exploding ammunition?
They're white, yes.
Oh, for coil gun, 55% only.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, here it comes. Below us.
It's here. Okay, yeah. I'm coming back up with the 55%. Wow. I'm just wearing this suit for. Do you want to switch ammo right now?
Gave us a nice little push there.
I switched. It's explosive right now.
Okay. So.
Oh, explosive on the bottom?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we're going after him.
Okay, I see the leak. The leaks are being fixed.
How much stuff? Oh, I see seeds. Seed bags.
Yeah, here comes.
Wow, I got. Well, we hit a bit of something there.
This.
Why is it?
Whoa,
There
whoa,
it is.
whoa.
It barely made a dent.
Damn.
This one didn't make damage.
Bottom is.
It's okay. Let's just
Near
get
the bottom
up.
of the. Yeah, trying to, but every time it gets kind of latches on and.
We're good.
Maybe I'll use that.
It's gonna be below us here, but.
Ooh, I see a
if the
volcano or something.
if the ammo's not working, it's yeah. There's a big heat source here. We need to we need
we're
to
on top of a
rise.
volcano. Oh, here it is.
Got a lot of health. What's wrong with me? Oh, I'm out of O2 switch. Okay.
Insufficient power. Oh no!
We need power.
Hold on, tell me the bots. Okay. Oh.
Okay, let's keep the exploding for the
Linda,
separatists.
save us all before we cook.
I'm gonna bring you the piercing again.
Yeah, I'm putting a regular one in it.
Regular one? Okay.
But you can keep bringing the piercing, it's good.
Uh-oh.
No lights.
Is he hitting us again?
We might be cooking. We'll find out in a second.
Baro is coming back.
It's in the bottom left.
Oh, I see the volcano. Oh, I see the volcano. I see the
There's
lava.
a big hole down
see the
there. I
lava.
can't really
I see
rise.
the lava's burning.
Oh, God.
Leather's
Okay, the
burning.
holes are done. The holes are done. We're going up. We're going. Oh, it's coming after us again. God dang it.
Yeah. I'm shooting in its mouth. I see the lava.
We need a bigger gun.
Yeah.
Do you have a stronger gun? Do you have torpedoes or something?
We need to fix the leak as quick as possible to get up.
Leaks are
every time.
fixed.
Nice, so we can get up again.
But I don't know what's going on. I can't.
Probably all the doors, there's still too much water. The doors needs to be open to remove the
just
water
kinda
so
like-
that we're not... Like there may be still too much water.
Here it comes again.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's no water. All I can do is that maybe I was just going up against the wall. The radar can't pick up because it's so hot. Bunch of interference.
Check on the periscope.
We're going up.
I mean, if you can't go up, then maybe go sideways fast.
Yeah, we're going
something.
up.
Okay, good.
As long as it leaves us alone for a little bit.
I mean, you can see the current going up, so...
Okay. Be nice if it would attack the separatist ship too. That would be really nice.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes. God dang it. We're kind of we're giving it a little run for its money though.
Okay, I'm shooting in its mouth.
Ah, what did it just... Oh, that was explosives? Oh, no. Too fast.
No damage. All is okay.
No, we're fine.
We're good.
Separatists are going to be above us.
Okay, exploding ammunition. Where did I put it? There.
And to the right. Here they are.
Top right.
Top right.
Okay.
Some kind of. Is this a ship?
I don't see them. Yeah.
Separatists eliminated. Ooh.
I'm gonna pull up to them so I can flick them off.
Reward.
Fuck you! Separatists eliminated. Nice.
Nice.
I didn't do much.
You
so
sank their battleship. Oh, the Latcher.
Oh.
Oh, the Latcher is back.
Well, you know, it latches, pushes, and then goes back down there. Oh, Hammerhead. Bam, top right. Dang it.
Top right.
God, dang it.
I see it.
Targets eliminated.
Yeah, the
Hammerhead too.
No. No. Not like this.
The Hammerhead is dead, so we're good there.
Just still chasing. Oh my, the water here is leaking.
Yeah, the top, I think that the hatch is broken.
Yeah.
Jump. Get oxygen. Jump up. Jump up, you fool.
Top is okay.
But that's okay, at least we're stuck somewhere that won't bother us too much. Is that ice? Can I break it? Yes, that was ice, I can break it.
Those white stuff.
Oh, I see some Is this? Oh, wait.
I hear something.
Yes,
Oh,
stingers.
no.
Spinelings. Okay, this one is dead.
Okay. At least one more. What are these? Oh, it's the mud raptor nest too, and the uranium shit.
Are they below? I don't see
I don't know what this
anything.
is below us. It's very bright though. Is that the separatist ship?
Yeah,
What-
yeah,
oh, that's the
separatist
Latcher.
ship.
Oh,
the
that's the
Latcher is back. Yeah, the Hammerhead I see.
I hear things.
Yeah, I hear raptors or husks or something. I don't
Damage
can tell
in the
difference.
bottom right airlock. Help, I'm bleeding.
And Doris is just playing with the stairs. Wait, this is an empty piercing box? What?
Yeah, it could be we had some empty ones, so... Okay, I'm hearing a Hammerhead, so I think I'm gonna go out of
wait,
the gun.
there's a raptor in here. There's a raptor inside.
Yeah, there's-
Where is it? Where is it? I
Near
see
the cargo
it.
room. It's in the crew room right now.
Damn it.
Oh, that's under the chunks.
Thunder is
That's-
dead?
Oh no, Doris is dead.
Open the door. Let me go. Well, there's two of them here.
I'm shooting at you.
I'm dead.
Ooh, I have rum in here too. The hell?
Kill it. There's two. I
Oh.
saw like another one on the other side of the door.
Kenna, don't walk in front of me when I'm shooting, you idiot. Are you dead? No, you're not dead.
No, I'm still alive. There's another one. Yep, behind the door. Yeah. Go get it. I'm just gonna float away. Whoa. There's a bit more. Just a bit more. Oh.
Okay, it's dead.
Nice.
Wolven. Okay,
I'm
I
still
need
alive,
some
I'm still
blood.
alive.
Don't lie down, you idiot.
Yeah. Can you see me?
Problem is I'm dying too. So where's the
Yeah,
where's the
you fix
medical?
yourself. Medical is on top of you.
Okay. No, that's not there.
To your right.
Keep going to
Top
the
your
right.
No, I'm down.
No. Is that laugh? Oh.
At least I die by my gun. I'm still alive.
I die or you still can revive, right?
Yeah.
Almost alive.
Wolven, you're not back up?
No.
No, I couldn't.
Shit! I thought I just gave you.
We both.
Yeah, but I thought.
50%.
I need CPR. Can we tell Kenna to give CPR? Or Glenda? Oh, I can't.
I'm at 20%. Oh, it went up to 40.
Yeah, let's hide.
Because of O2. 20%.
Oh, I'm out of oxygen. I think I'm going down very fast. So
2%.
I'm taking your suit.
Come save me!
Go.
I'm by the guns. 50%. I need oxygen or just
on the left,
my
on
suit.
the left. On the left.
I don't even know where the guns are. I never left them.
I'm at your feet. Oh no, that's Kenna. That's Kenna. Kenna's coming.
To the left. Not
Kenna
right.
and Glenda
No,
are saving me.
ooh.
Ah, they're not removing my oxygen. They're kind of fixing me. Kenna is fixing me, but...
I'm having problems with this door here.
Okay, they kind of fixed me, but I'm still out of oxygen. What's wrong with me?
We did.
This low oxygen.
Yeah, because they just filled me with tons of stuff. Internal damage. Whoa, we fly.
Wait, where am I? What?
I'm dying.
Oh boy, that can't be good. You're just low oxygen. What the hell? High morale. Get up.
Gonna sleep.
Ah, there we go. Oxygen
Doris
low.
is down too. Doris is dead.
Yeah.
Doris has been
everybody
dead.
Just. Thank you.
Julius.
Dang it.
We're all dead here. The street dead end.
Yeah, we're just gonna restart probably again.
Oh wow. Is there an easier way to restart? Just a server lobby?
Say end round maybe?
No idea.
End round. Oh, what the hell? What's that there? End round. Oh, it just takes 1 out of 3. Oh, looky.
All missions.
Oh no, but
that's
it's
two
still more to death, suffocated, so we still lost them.
Oh no. Also, it saves that.
Does it?
Shit. Yeah, it's like.
Real quick.
I think so. Ooh.
Damn it.
Recruit everybody.
Let's see. Campaign. Load. Yeah, that's from right now.
Damn it. So no,
Wait.
just leaving.
Wait, 1700? Oh no. 30 minutes ago.
Oh, nice.
Sounds about right. Alright, so now.
There's the battle already. Is there? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the last one for the whole level. Nice. Let's see why not. Oh, that's fine. We have other missions. Nice. Another level completed. Oh my god, we've never gone this far in freaking Dream Waited. Super. Oh, is that stuff that you get? Wow. What? Okay. Doc, oh. We get power. Hold on. Glinda.
We could simply just say end round and it will dock us back, I think.
Wait,
I don't
what?
know. That's what it did just before.
Power. Okay.
Doc. Are you sure you want to enter New Siberia? Yes. Fail. And maybe they'll give us the jobs again. Okay, you do what you gotta do. Give me a couple of minutes. See if this heavy's up to you.
Time to take over the outpost. This is our new Siberia. Back, it goes to the lobby?
Should it be in the lobby? Are you in the lobby?
Yeah, we're back in the lobby.
No. I'm not in the lobby. I see your name here. Like on the outpost, you mean?
No, not outpost. I'm in the lobby right now.
That's why.
Weird. See his name also?
Oh.
DC?
Yeah, he's dead on the floor here. Well, not dead, but lying down on the floor.
Why is that?
Oh yeah, probably just rejoin. Give me a second.
Okay. Okay.
I hate this outpost.
Why?
I want
They
to
don't
go
have stuff
there.
that you want?
No. I want to go there, but I have to go all around, even though it looks like it's in the. Okay, upgrade.
Walls.
We fast upgrade. Ooh, weapons.
Nice. The hull. Is there any upgrades for hull?
I rather change the guns.
Yeah, guns and then hull too. We can go deeper. I think hull lets you go deeper, right? For more defense.
A double coil gun.
Ooh. Is there like a stronger one? What's the strongest gun they got? Like a laser beam or something like that? What plasma beams? Some crazy gun that can kill Latcher.
So we can have chain gun, pulse laser. This one, chain gun, pulse laser. This one, chain gun or pulse laser again. And the slot 1, double coil gun, a rail gun, or a flat cannon.
Flat cannon? Is that good?
A large cannon designed to fire shell that explodes into sharp shrapnel. It's those big shells, I think. I don't know. I don't know that cannon at all.
Which one is the most expensive one?
They're all the same price.
Same price? What?
Pulse laser.
I remember pulse laser was pretty strong, right? Not sure if it's good against what type.
Inflicts extreme burns on anything it hits.
Burns.
Double barrel version of the coil gun. We do also have a lot of railgun ammunition. I don't know, I can't make up my mind.
Do they have like a tier list, like which guns are better than which?
Let's see.
Or like which guns are better against which enemies or something?
Well, it's based on the ammunition too, so...
True. Like, what do we get? The armor piercing? Is that still a thing? I guess she's right. It's more about the ammo, really.
Yeah. So on the one that we don't have, the lower right, I can have either a double coil gun, a rail gun, or a flat cannon.
Do you want to try new guns?
A large cannon designed to fire shells that explode into sharp shrapnel fragments.
What kind of ammo does it
shells.
require?
So does that mean I have to reload every time?
Oh my, that's gonna be...
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it might be.
Huh.
Flat cannon. Like a... Hey, what did I type Subnautica? This is Baro trauma.
I don't know what I want.
And so we all have what was railgun one of the options?
So for now we have 3 railguns.
Oh, okay. Well then the coil
top
gun.
left, top right,
Double
and
coil
bottom
gun, I guess.
left. With 3 coil guns. So we have either double coil gun, rail gun, or flat cannon.
Oh,
For
then
the
a
bottom-
rail.
A rail gun for the bottom.
Damn.
Bottom right. Well, it's more middle.
Yeah, I know.
It's 4,000. I mean, they're all 4,000. All 3 4,000. So. We do have a lot of railgun ammunition, as far as I remember, still. And I don't know what the flat cannon does.
Flat cannon is
Wolven, did you rejoin? What happened?
I clicked ready to start. I couldn't do anything else.
Oh.
At the lobby. Is there something I can press to go in?
No, I guess you got disconnected.
So I disconnect and rejoin?
No, you stay in the lobby. I guess we have to go in the lobby.
I can't just join. Force myself inside there. No.
Are you still buying a weapon?
No, I'm waiting for Wolven to
You're
come
in
back.
you're in the menu, right?
No, I'm in the game.
Oh, you were just... Oh, I thought you were in the menu going through which weapons.
No, I'm at the submarine guy.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go to the lobby then.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, disconnected.
Guns are the best. I was searching and then they say koi guns are the best, most versatile and effective types of...
Most versatile?
Yep, koi guns.
Coil guns? Yeah.
Swapping out ammo.
We just need all the different types of ammo. Yeah.
Yeah, those piercing ammo, remember? I told you about? They were really good.
Yep.
But the railgun are good too. We have a lot of those as well. So. Oh yeah, sorry.
Marine weapons.
That would. Continue?
The flake cannons is for like swarms, so if there's like a lot of I don't know, small monsters, that one is like a shotgun, spread damage.
Mm-hmm. Happened a lot earlier.
Double coil.
Okay.
Would they?
Everybody alive?
Oh, seems good.
They look like. Yeah, Wolvenscar,
Yeah.
you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. Back. I got this high morale. What is this high morale?
That's
Notice me. What is this? Notice me.
That's the captain.
The presence of your captain makes you eager to impress. Oh, notice me. Let's go. Shopping. Oh, you're getting the guns and stuff, right? I'll see if I can find.
Oh, it's by the green mechanic. You know the green guy.
I'm trying to find planters.
He's the one.
Gun shells.
So.
Plastic. Oh, do we want to upgrade our
Railgun? That's not what we had before, is it?
diving suits? Wait, did they change all this stuff? They changed this things to sell.
What do we have here? Chain gun. That's chain gun, not railgun. I think the rain gun was also good, wasn't it?
Yeah. Coil is good.
Coil is basic.
Coil is the most versatile one. They said it's the best weapon. Real is the one that you need to load the torpedoes, right? The big shell thingy.
Well, I want at least a chain gun on each side. So I think I'm gonna get the double coil gun on the bottom middle. And then I'm gonna switch the coil gun from the bottom left to a chain gun.
Sounds good.
Does that sound okay?
Do it. Yeah. Go test it out.
Okay. Do I have enough for 2 chain gun though?
Explosives, flake shells, nah.
Yeah, I should have enough for 2 chain gun. One on the top.
Nobody here sells planty stuff. The planter box.
Okay.
Well, one of the features in the consoles things, you should be able to search for things through the ship.
Yeah.
Like, not just the map thing and what's damaged, but there's also a third little feature, that item finder.
The nice part
Find the
is
ship.
the
Here we are.
upgrades that we had before. They're still there.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, so we can just bring it over?
So, item finder? Yes, here it is. Finder. The heck were you looking for?
Planters.
We
A
have
planter.
one.
We have one, right? I think I
We
remember
should
seeing it
have
somewhere.
one.
But
I don't know if it was transferred or not.
Kind of want to buy. Oh, I got tobacco seeds on me. All right.
Yeah, we should have plenty of seeds as well. I'm gonna
Second
bring all the
floor.
ammo above. We need to get familiarized with the ship. What's this? Railgun shell rack.
Oh, here it is. It's the planter.
A riot shotgun. I have a riot shotgun. I didn't know that.
Medical supplies.
Can I put?
Is it in the crew? I think
What's
I remember
that?
seeing the planter in the crew room, right? Crew cabin.
I mean, I have one on me now. It was in here with the...
Nice.
Here. For some reason in there with the... wound stuff?
Whoa, nice, thank you. Where should I do it? Maybe up here? This spot. This is the deconstructor room. Crew cabins over here. Yeah, I think I'll do it here then. Plenty.
Piercing coil gun. The red one
Recharge
was also
battery
good.
cell? Here, through this battery cell on the ground and this battery cell on the ground. Recharge it.
Oh, this one is empty. So the airlocks one, the bottom, if I remember correctly, right? No, that's.
Where are you going?
Oh, there they are. No,
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's the
storage.
airlock, but the way to the top is here. Yes.
Wait, this is
So-
this is cargo.
Oh yeah, so I'm throwing my empty. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do that. I'm stupid. We have an engineering now.
Where do we fabricate?
I can deconstruct here. Perfect.
Planting.
I'm stupid.
No.
I'm commandeering one of these.
By the way,
Oops.
we have another seed back here. If
Yeah.
There should be a
that's-
seed bag with a couple of seeds in it.
yeah.
I did see an
Put it in
empty
the
one too,
cabinet
though.
in here. This is the constructor, right?
Yeah,
Kinda-
here.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Yeah.
In this box.
Yeah,
A lot of
we should have several.
materials. Endless water. I'm watering it. Yay, plenty. I'm gonna put all the plenty stuff in this
Sorry.
room then.
That's
Moloch bone? By
Yeah.
coin?
We still don't know what to do. We can sell it or we can deconstruct it.
oh wow, look at that.
All
Oh.
this ammunition go up to your
Yeah.
room? Okay.
Unless it's empty, then it gets deconstructed.
Okay. Pull up. Wait, do you have place here? I'll just put it here.
So we should have one double coil gun, two chain gun, and another regular coil gun.
Very
Is it
nice.
here? Or once we get out?
It'll be on we leave, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of have to go to bed.
Ammunition. Sleepy time.
Yeah. Well, I could stay longer, but as I said, we have a reservation tomorrow at noon. We're gonna treat daughter to some sushi.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's what we were supposed to do with her friends, but
Mm.
well, one got sick, so it's not her fault. She's sick, you know. It's understandable. But the other one really just ditched her, and the worst is we saw her today at the fair. She was with another friend. Yeah.
God.
I mean, we knew. She said, "Oh, I already made plan with another friend to go to the fair too." But it's like, but we told you 2 weeks ago, so why, you know? I mean, we didn't actually ask, you know. We just say, well, whatever. Okay, what goes into those unit loaders? Oh, I think the unit loaders are only for the cargo when we do missions, yes. And we have 8 crates for us. No, that should go with the fabricator. All the material should go to the fabricator. That's empty. That can go to the fabricator as well.
Gun ammos. We need more storage for like the koi guns.
Yeah, no, it's just I went crazy on one of the missions and we're still using them up like crazy. Ooh, a seed bag.
Well, things can be deconstructed, right? And then
yeah, once I'm using
made
them,
into something else.
I think I can refill them as well. But right now, it's good to have lots of ammo around.
Are we running out of power? Lights flickering?
No, when we're hooked to the bay, I think
we're docked, so we shouldn't.
Okay. Is that all?
Clothing, that's funny.
Over here.
This disposable. Oh, seeds. I'll take that.
We have a few fertilizers too.
I put it inside the locker.
Ooh, what is that? Detonator, C4, oxygenite. I think that will go to the deconstructor. We get liquid oxygenite out of that.
Fertilize.
Detonator and C4. That should go into armory, I think.
Oh, the duffel bag. Somebody died.
Yeah. No space.
Another little status monitor here, nice.
All those computer monitor thingy.
Yeah.
We have 2 stun guns, 3 stun batons, 4 stun batons, 2 body armors, 2 ballistic helmets, revolver rounds, SMG magazines. So many SMG magazines. But that's okay because I have lots of SMGs. Well, no, I only have 1, but I'm using up a lot.
What is a tonic? Tonic liquid?
Health liquid?
Ethanol. Do I put this in the fabricator room too?
I think we can deconstruct this box.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't give anything.
Blood. Ethanol. Oh,
okay,
ethanol?
so what do we have here?
Making medicines.
Underwater scooter, diving knife, oxygen tank, revolver rounds, 96. SMG magazine, 8. Okay. We are good on SMG magazines. Like, I don't know how many.
More. It's never enough. We need more.
The annoying part...
You got the box with all the ammos?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is so nice.
I put them in the armory.
60 rounds. Wait, is the armory locked? Leave them outside. Is it locked?
Well, the SMG you don't need because well, we do have a second SMG technically, so I don't know where it is.
Nah, I'm taking the revolver.
Yeah, revolver. We also have lots of revolvers here. Yeah, we have a revolver here. You have still a revolver?
Yep,
Yeah.
1 and 2 stacks of ammo.
Oh wait, I don't have a revolver on me.
Okay, I'm gonna put
Can grab
a
it
revolver
yet.
with a few bullets by the helm then.
Okay.
Well, exactly. That's full. Oh, you secure steel cabinet. I can't reach it.
Hmm?
And I can't go into your quarters.
Oh, found the ballast.
How do I make a planter box?
Where the heck I am.
Iron and plastic, and I can make planter box. Plastic. Do we have plastic?
We should have plastic, yeah.
Oh, there you are. Yeesh.
Okay. I can't give you... Can you go limp, maybe?
Mm.
And then if I can grab you? Yes. So I can give you a gun.
Oh, nice.
And a few revolver rounds that you can go and put in your secure cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Thank you. Wrong way. Other side.
Oh, it's in the deconstructor. What? Okay, let me put it in the defabricator.
Oh, I have some shotgun shell. Oh, do I have a shotgun? I have a riot shotgun. Ooh. Nice. Okay. Diving mask. Harpoon. SMG magazine again.
Is there a better way to do the large cap?
Oh, I hear an alarm.
That's me. Yeah.
I think I had an empty SMG.
That's
here somewhere.
hilarious.
Yes.
Well, alright, we can save anytime. We continue later.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You good, Wolven? You still fabricating something? What? What's going on?
Nope, I'm just tidying up a little bit.
Yeah. Trying to find space for everything.
Yep.
Well, we can continue it next time. Don't want you to miss your appointment. Alright, guys. Talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for playing. Bye.
My character's ran out of oxygen. What the? Alright, folks. Good times had by all. Oh, ending screen. Some progress, new ship, all that good stuff. So, you know, we'll continue it next time. You guys take care. It's a fancy new ship, right? All the stuff. Gotta figure out the layout. I don't even know where I'm at. Doesn't feel like we could have put ladders kind of straight down in places. I'm like zigging and zagging. But okay, talk to you later. Wolven, if you do some Phasmo or something, need to get accustomed to it, right?